Give me a minute. I don't have anything set up. I need a coffee. And then yeah, not awake. If the volume's traded. All right, like 5 minutes or 10 minutes or something. Ugh. All right. Hi and stuff. Good morning, everyone. Remember these? You're welcome, Carl. Dude, I seriously don't know how I oversleep on Opex every time. It's like a meme. I didn't oversleep on purpose. I was up till like 3:30 in the morning discussing the ramifications of Apple's earnings on the future of indice pricing, and I shouldn't have. What do we do with SPX today? What are our resistances? Oh, yeah, let me look. I only get call positioning this morning on it at all. Um, 3850 is stacked to the tits, says 3900. Just up. Beyond Meat is on Reg Show just now. That that stock's like really super liquid. I don't know if it'll stay on there is the problem. Please play football. I can't make my coffee yet because the fucking thing isn't working and stuff. Um, where is it? Uh,
I could be green, I could be red, I could be violent upside, I could be hurtful, I could be full, I could be anything you like. I could be green, I could be red, I could be violent upside, I could be hurtful, I could be full, I could be anything you like. I could be green, I could be red, I could be violent upside, I could be hurtful, I could be full, I could be anything you like. I could be green, I could be red, I could be violent upside, I could be hurtful, I could be full, I could be anything you like. Tell me how you like it.
You're cringe, never present. Yeah, RSI is cooling off. This is such a useful indicator.
Hashtag not a cult.
When someone finds this cringe, play it again. Adidas is dropping Kanye. Anything worthwhile in that stock if it drops from the news fallout? Seems like it's trended down with the market this year already. I could see that happening. Voice sounds really nice and crisp this morning. No, it sounds tired and uncaffeinated. What's the mustard and relish doing? Stuff. I don't know. For GME? I'll look. Uh, it looks like it's beginning to squirt. The squirting is upon us. God damn, this thing looks good. Here. You can see March pretty clearly there. See how GME drives up, and then you get the expansion of volume. Well, the expansion of liquidity. We're almost there. Close. It's just a question of like when it breaks. Fuck, IJH is illiquid. Yeah, so fun stuff. But Gurk, red candles. I don't care. What do you think of Apple releasing their new iPad Pro, the M2 chip, and potentially releasing a new MacBook Pro with a brand new M2 Max and M2 Ultra chips? They're gonna be fast. Cool. What are the main GME resistances? Thanks. They're right there. Delta neutral, and we already crossed. So gamma max. I mean, to the upside, 26, 27.50, 28, 28.50, and 30 are all pretty big resistances. Yeah, Chinese state banks were ordered. They were ordered before. This isn't the first time they've done that, but yeah. Does this confirm Opex? Not yet. I mean, we still need to break the hedge. So, man, it's very exciting, obviously, to move up this hard in the like early part of the day. Upstart Gamma Max, it finally fell into the range where it was supposed to be. So it's at like $30 now. Uh, but It's also normal for Gamma Max to fall into a run. I think it's at 30. $30.72 now. Looks like call FOMO's coming in a little. 1.2 million calls versus 220K puts. The puts may not necessarily be like bearish, right? In the same way the calls may not be bullish. Hey pal, any progress with your single stock futures digging? I mean, I found some stuff about it, but it's supposed to be defunct, right? So I mean, most of the information seems to be kind of useless aside from, ETFs still being able to utilize them. My portfolio told me to tell you that you look unbelievably handsome today, sir. Thank you so much, Stefan. The bags under my eyes agree. Any thoughts on the earnings for Cat, Apple, V, since they're all coming out by end of the week? I kind of expect Apple's to not be very good, obviously. I mean, they've said so much themselves. Um, Cat will probably be okay, and consumer spending isn't down massively, so Visa will probably be doing all right too. Is Jimmy forming a flag? I mean, it's just pushing up into this like hedge. I don't know how hard they're going to try to skew the hedge against the price action. We'll see. If the hedge flips, we'll run really hard, right? Is this a failed Opex? No, not yet. Are you impatient? Absolutely. The SPX might be. Still somehow making money on SPX. 4Gs this morning. Thank you, Senpai. Congratulations, Chaku. Could Apple derail this market rally? Uh I mean so here's the deal. The market can react to Apple. Absolutely. Apple's very big, but I don't think they're gonna derail it. The only way that I think the rally derails at this point is if we get like a really big equity sell-off. So Apple can move the market, but it's not a catalyst to trigger a crash or reverse the trend. Don't forget that for every 100 basis points, the Hedge is pushing up on the market by like 6.9, $6.8 billion, right? So it's just like a constant freight train of upwards pressure, and then puts are overpriced and they're about to be devalued. Right? Puts are overpriced because the VIX is elevated, and they're about to be devalued because the Fed rate increase in November is going to bump row. So getting into, if you're a large institution right now, getting into any type of leveraged downside position and then watching it get eaten away by row is pretty risky. Upstart about to run off the screen. It's looking kind of good. Upstart still on reg show? This is one thing I was supposed to check last night. Uh yes. Flip point on Upstart? Well, I mean, it's massively skewed, but 22.95 is where the head should flip. It looks like it's being skewed pretty hard by the $25 puts. So I'd imagine Upstart breaks 25 and then it can go pretty crazy. Same like GME at the $30 strike, I think. Ooh, no, GME's $30 strike flipped pretty hard to the positive. Oh no, it didn't. Okay, never mind. I lied. Yeah, so GME has a similar issue at 30. And a little bit at 27.50. It's gonna be tough for us to climb over this. We'll see what FOMO does. That's what I was hoping, that the market mechanics of VIX row put de-hedging would be enough to overcome any Apple nonsense. It sounds like it. Thanks. I don't know if it's enough to overcome it, but it's definitely enough to stabilize it. Man, these November 1835s are sweet. Such stress-free calls instead of buying weeklies. Who would have thought, right? Fair enough. Excuse me. No, I haven't gotten coffee yet. I'm gonna do that in a minute. I'm waiting for my coffee machine to heat up because it was cold. Rev having some price action. Could there be some real buying happening here? Yeah, there absolutely could be. I would imagine the absence of every other question being why Upstart not on Reg Show is a pretty clear indication that it is indeed still on there. That's true. I couldn't agree more. Were we not supposed to YOLO into weeklies? Oops. Yeah. Oopsies. 20K dark pool dump on GMA. Cool. Usually if they're boofing a bunch of stuff, 1030 is one of the dumps, the bigger dumps. I was thinking about Theta is kind of like taking someone on a $5,000 date, but buying more of it, buying more of it is worth it, as if it goes well, you'll get some. Ah, okay. Nice. Tech rallying hard today, nearing your NVIDIA short target. I mean, I'm gonna wait till the market's done rallying before I start entering NVIDIA puts. You think Fubo will be running with this Opex? I mean, it looks like it's got some pressure, maybe not a lot, but it could, yeah. Thoughts on KSS, part of the basket, non-trivial dividend? It's fine, I guess. They 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 had some bad news with that attempted buyout. Not that long ago. I've always kept an eye on it, but it's never been that impressive. I don't think it generates a lot of volatility, so it doesn't attract a lot of shorts. think of like think of implied volatility as the ass the stock shakes in front of the shorts' faces, right? And if there's a lot of volatility, then the shorts are like, I want to hit that. Or you don't have a lot of volatility, and they're like, it's like flat, right? So, you really want that nice smile, that nice thick volatility smile for them to come in and just really try to short the fuck out of it. Sorry, I'm too tired to explain the rest. Ugh. Theta is like wearing a diaper if you're going to the front of a crowd at a massive festival. Okay. I can agree with you there. Sherwin had nice earnings. I know. That was like one of the first things I checked. You're targeting November 11:35C for covered calls. I don't know. Probably not. I'm guessing you're gonna sell the Apple calls before earnings. We'll see how much more they run up. I mean, they're kind of just like an intrinsic value sort of a volatility play. If IV picks up, they'll pick up some value. I don't know how much IV will pick up on Apple. It's definitely anticipated. Um, Morning Gurk, I know not one of the regulars. Were you able to help with GM for Palantir, please? I'm looking for timing for my port rescue Palantir CCs. Yeah, man, I got you. I think I have that one. So for Palantir, you are looking at a gamma maximum of $13.17. It's just right now breaking through, or just broke through delta neutral. This is yesterday. It broke through delta neutral at 821. So on its high, but it closed just above delta neutral, which is pretty bullish. How much volume do you expect for this cycle on GME? It depends on if the hedge flips or not. I think it might be about time to start including Fossil as a pores play for Opex. It seems to be the most consistent runner during the Opex window. It is kind of consistent, but I think that's because they just don't put a lot of pressure on making it inconsistent, right? Like it's not like there's no interest, so they don't need to really fight back against it much. If interest went there though, then they would, right? By making the prediction, you inevitably change the outcome. If you had NVIDIA shares and expect it to go down, is selling in the money calls on your shares and buying puts the way to go? I know you mentioned selling in the money CCs on your AMD. Yes, but I would wait until we see the end of this market rally. I would wait till we get some highs. This market rally could go on for a little bit of time, like into next week, maybe longer. Maybe even into like the December rate increase. Depending on if we see, like, we've already seen quite a lot of call positioning come in since just yesterday. We could see more and more of that into like early December. So we may have like a month of this. Yeah, and with good earnings, it could be even more dramatic, right? I sold those RTX Feb contracts at the top last week. Was skeptical of earnings ups. You probably don't recall. A little bit. Gonna reposition over the next weekish. Okay. Oh, did art? Okay, I do remember. We were discussing the potential for RTX having decent earnings, and I said something about like the Ukraine war. Um, some of the profits from that being realized, were they? Oh, revenues were actually up. Oh, okay, so revenue down, earnings up. That's where they're getting beat. Let me see. It's kind of interesting. I don't know if they're gonna take that much of a hit. I be careful with that because it could turn around quickly with the rising market. Um, their revenues missed, but they're still up, right? So they didn't beat their estimated revenue, but their revenues are still quite good. 16.13 billion for. Oh no, that's last quarter. I'm looking at the wrong one. Hold on, I gotta look at this. 16.95. No, there's still revenues are still up. They just didn't hit their estimates. So yeah, they might not get battered as much as you think. Does Upstart still have flatline GM after 30? Yeah, I believe so. Consumer sentiment down. Since it's bearish on the US dollar, is that bullish for the market? Which consumer sentiment index are you looking at? I don't think we had anything super relevant today. We have retail inventories, wholesale inventories, but they're the month over month. Those already came in. New home sales are up. Jesus. Um, who the fuck's buying a house right now? Building permits were. Wait, no, that's tomorrow. Oh, the CB consumer confidence. I don't think that's like a very big report. 102.5. I mean, it's showing that the Fed's having an effect on demand, so that is bullish. Upstart hedge flipped. They're gonna fight for it. Don't think they're just gonna let it go and rip to the moon, right? Or maybe they do, but it's unlikely that they won't try to fight it. What kind of graphics card do you have? I don't know. It's like a 3080 or something. Do you think this Opex will be violent like the March one, considering that the Dix is so high? I don't really know if the Dix is going to have a huge effect on the violence of Opex, given that it has absolutely fucking nothing to do with it. But um, probably not. I don't think we have as many obligations packed into this Opex as we did in March. So and also options interest is significantly lower, and GME is more liquid. So I would say more like May, less like March. Plan on jumping back in. I don't expect crazy downs, just being patient. Yeah, no problem, dude. Of course they will fight Opex obligations on Upstart. I'd be upset if they didn't. I mean, they might need to. It's been on reg show for quite some time. What usually happens during the 10:30 dump? We get like a surge of volume, buy side volume, hopefully. What is a goomer? You think Dixie has peaked, or can we get another rally when we have our next leg down? And we're gonna get another rally on the Dixie when the Fed bumps interest rates, right? How many thoughts have you changed from your MOASS trilogy, DD? Well, a big one. One of the big ones is the MOASS part. I mean, if the shorts are going to keep pushing Upstart up and down this violently, we can earn a lot of money on that also. The channel of 20 to 27 is a huge range. I agree. Yeah, I mean, I'm not super afraid of, taking profits and repositioning. It is risky to pull all exposure though, right? And that's why I have shares, because it is on reg show. They could start covering it any moment. If their obligations are sufficient enough, or someone gets called, it can trigger like a domino effect, essentially. On a percentage gain basis, is your SPX doing the best? Yeah, followed by Caterpillar. Yeah, right now, SPX, Cat, Visa, Sherwin, um, and then GME, Upstart, Macy's is doing pretty good. Apple's getting there, kind of close. IWM is on fire. Yeah, IWM's gonna be a lot better than SPY, but I don't like playing rut, so I'm in SPX instead. I do agree that Dow and IWM will outperform SPX probably for the next couple of quarters. Official 2022 Gherk oversleeping during Opex count 4. Thanks, Mike. Every Opex I've ever been through, the big runs happen while I'm in a work meeting or in a hospital waiting room. My next meeting is in 4 minutes from now. SPX chop all day because of Google and Microsoft earnings. I normally I would say yes, but there's a lot of upward pressure on the SPX already, so no. I think SPX hits 38.50 today, almost without a doubt. Probably very soon. Is 105 Upstart shares enough? My port is tiny, probably. You still have a mindset that Jimmy can still squeeze, not MOASS, but still achieve new all-time highs. Well, if the fundamental valuation of GME continues to increase, and they continue to short volatility to the point where it has 50 to 100% runs every once in a while, then yeah, eventually I could see us going higher than we went in Jan of 2021, but that could be years from now. When are the next massive FTD dates? Not until early November. And we don't know how massive they would be yet. What are conservative price targets for GME Upstart for Opex? Max targets? I mean, Upstart and GameStop 3150, Upstart 3042 or 3072. What about 3900? It's a bit of a stretch today, definitely. In light of be sussin' when others are bussin', when would you think about getting SPX puts for the next leg down at the March 23rd expiry? Probably after November 4th, or at least after November 1st and 2nd. Do you think DRS has any real effect on price action? Um, well, okay, so DRS has buyers, on twice a month it creates a dump of buying. That can have some effect, obviously, because you have purchase orders going to the market. Um, Other than that, no. DRS reduces the size of the market in which GME trades, and so makes it and so makes it more volatile, right? It means it generates volatility more efficiently, which means it takes less capital to generate that volatility, but it also means it takes less because less capital is coming in, you have less volume to generate that volatility as well. So it doesn't necessarily have an effect on price, but it has an effect on volatility. Think of Revlon's actually a really good example for this. Think of how illiquid Revlon was, right? With a float between like 3 to 7 million shares, and how quickly it generated volatility, even on runs that didn't seem very impressive notionally. Volatility would go up hundreds and hundreds of points, right? That's the effect that DRS has on GME. What games do you play with the RTX 3080? Oh, like team fight tactics sometimes? It's wasted. Yeah, I played Monkey Island. I'm trying to part ways with my free cost basis BBBY. Could you please share the Greeks on it? Seeing if it's getting dragged around with the market. I think it's upside. Like Gamma Max is at like 11, but don't forget that they have their share offering agreement in that range. So Bobby may not hit Gamma Max because of that. Right now, Gamma Max is at 11, Gamma Neutral at 215, Delta Neutral 549. Um, I know Bob has different numbers on this, but I'm not sure why. Like his are higher for some reason. But I don't I'm assuming the weight of like $15 and $20 calls on the chain is either skewing his or skewing ours. I was gonna ask Yelia about it and find out why there's such a difference there. Check DM. Yeah. We have to send it, dork. God. Jamie on the 1 minute. I mean, I know it's getting spicy. Yeah, no problem, Yaga. I have it open. I can just look at it, I guess. Oh, yeah. Okay. I mean, this is kind of what OPEXs always do, right? They kind of like build up pressure in the early part of the day and then they sort of break and start running. It's exciting. Who runs harder, Upstart or GME? We'll find out. GME has a lot more potential because more people are interested in it. Upstart, most of the interest is institutional, so it's hard to say. I don't think Yelia is a pigeon well. She's in the quant Discord, but she's rarely around. She has like kind of a busy life. Do you think Jimmy to be shorted hard next week? It depends on if we run this week or not. If we start running really hard, then we can have that kind of carryover effect of having, a higher high later in the cycle. Do you have an updated hedge flip price? We're already over it, but they're still trying to skew it down. So, they're still buying a lot of puts in order to try to prevent it from breaking out. Don't you think pickle jar buying could have an effect on upstart price? I mean, it probably does to some degree. Not a lot. I mean, even I have exposure to like a few 100,000 shares, and like it's still not much in the scheme of things. Does the quant core need a pool boy? I'm not as agile as I once was, but I can still move like a cheetah. I'll call Jay Fresh and tell him that you want to move to Austin. No, I wasn't asking you to join BMG. You misunderstood. Good morning and happy OPEX, everyone. Thanks, Masingo. Could today be the only squirt day for Jimmy? That's really not how it works, right? Once OPEX breaks and the hedge flips, and you get all this like volume and price action, that puts pressure on the market maker yet again when the price dips, and then you get another T+2 rally, and then this puts pressure on the market maker again. Right, and it keeps going until gamma max, which rises with these initial moves, is broken. And then once gamma max is broken, the market maker can then flip their hedge to the downside. Because when it's running up like this, we're pushing that hedge flip further and further away from them, right? In the same way that they're trying to avoid the hedge flipping now, they need the hedge to flip at the top. That's why I said if people just came in and just bought calls and bought shitloads of calls, like GME would just keep running like it did in January. Unfortunately, there's always a limit, right? Because eventually people just can't afford to buy anymore. BBY up 17%. Good luck, man. Seriously. Not in the like good luck, fuck you kind of way, but like I really do hope you guys are able to make some money on it another time. So we're looking to sell out of upstart calls at Gamma Max around 30. We'll see. I mean, if it's getting enough volume and it looks like it's gonna break Gamma Max, you know, I'll just start setting stops and getting prepared to exit at 30. Zoom out on GME, please. It looks good. Looks very good. If we can start to get some short capitulation here, and a little bit more volume, we look really promising. I'm not in Bobby. I made 223% and bailed. I just thought it would help reinforce Opex. It does. It does. I can tell from these 4 charts that you haven't shilled Fubo enough. Who's your favorite World Cup team? And will you buy an obscure British team to become BFFs with Ryan Reynolds? No. I don't really watch sports. Fubo's being massively suppressed and institutions are buying it a lot. I'd imagine when accumulation has completed that it'll probably see a repricing, maybe nearer their earnings. Fubo's also very liquid, and the chances of it having an Opex run right now and this at these prices is lower. Do you think SPX could test 3850 today? I think it's definitely a possibility, yeah. That doesn't mean buy 0 DTE 3850s, because if it tests it near the end of the day, you'll have run out of theta and your contract will be basically worthless. If we run this OPEX, does that give you any clues about the cycles? I mean, it tells us if this OPEX, more importantly than November, would tell us, you know, that they need to run the OPEX when their obligations are high, and they don't need to run OPEXs on a fixed schedule, right? So it's really, F-man versus weight of obligations. And this is what, the time frame between now and November will hopefully allow us to once and for all lock in, right? We thought with the August OPEX that it would lend credence to the F-man cycle, right? But they risked off August early, right? On August 16th before OPEX even happened, because BBBY was running. BBBY was putting pressure on the basket, which meant they needed to clear and get rid of their risk, which actually made, August more of an indicator that this is what we were looking at and not F-man. So August wasn't good for confirming F-man as an important part of the OPEX clearing process. Now, if we don't run here and we have like a huge like March type run in November, then that would obviously be very compelling, because that would mean that they carried the weight of what we already know to be very large amounts of obligations and very little liquidity out a whole additional month simply to clear it in the F-man cycle, right? So hopefully we can learn a lot from this one way or the other. Do you plan on selling CCs on this run or T+2? I mean, yeah, I do have plans to sell CCs at some point. Was the low IV telling at all for GME? I would have thought MMs would price IV up to make buying calls more expensive. I mean, they have priced IV up. But people aren't buying a lot of calls, so IV isn't moving up rapidly. What allowed them to ditch the F and F man? We think it was because the Opex settlement fell on a bank holiday. Do you think the price of Sherwin is being suppressed for institutional entry? It seems low considering earnings. I mean, I don't think it's being suppressed so banks can enter. I would imagine most banks already own Sherwin. They had okay earnings. They also have an acquisition going on, and I think there's an arbitrage effect on their price from that as well. But Sherwin looks good. I mean, it looks fine today. It's up, a few dollars on decent earnings. It's not a super exciting stock usually. Um, Delta neutral on the SPY. For that. $384.03. Huh. What's a good premium you're happy to collect on your CCs? I mean, like a few bucks is fine. I sell a lot of them, so I don't mind just getting like a few dollars. If I get a really good opportunity, I might target a little more money, but because they don't just let it flip. They push back against that. It's very expensive and generates lots of volume, right? I made money on the Bobby first run. Thank you, but kept a small position. I'm up 10 to 15% right now. If it's Opex connected, are we gonna do run tomorrow also? I mean, if we get an Opex run, yeah, it should continue out throughout the rest of the week. I was just at Sherwin-Williams 10 minutes ago. Nice. I have pretty far dated Sherwin calls, so I'm not really super concerned with what they're doing right now. Earnings was good. It looks fine. I think they'll probably perform well into the next quarter. As long as they don't revise earnings too early or something. But I have stops, so will now be a decent time to pick up some GME October 28 30s. It's up to you. Yeah, don't sell CCs right now. You'll get burned up. That's a terrible idea. I mean, if you want to get assigned, then I guess, but looks like we're tracking SPX right now. Well, a little bit. We're really right on the edge of that negative gamma there. Actually, I think we've kind of pushed into it a little bit. 2650. So here, I'll show you the net gamma for GME so you guys have an idea of like kind of what we're looking at here and where our more relevant resistance levels are. Hold on, give me a second. All right. So you see the 2750 strike? That's kind of the peak of the like the gamma they're using to try to prevent the flip. So you see that like little triangle that's formed there between 26 and 28. Once we cross that, if we can cross that, price action will pick up as, the gamma kind of becomes fairly flat, right? Until we hit 30, and then 30 is going to be tough to cross. But as we move closer to 30, more and more people might buy that strike, and that can, skew the gamma to the call side. If we cross 30, that's when it just gets real flat, right? Like we can keep moving up. It still looks like we're tracking SPX right now. I mean, we are, right? That's where a lot of the buy pressure on our stock comes from, is from active funds. Hey Girk, what are 3 levels of resistance that are key for GME to go nuts on this Opex run? 2750 and 30. There's just 2. Sold 50% of my weekly BBY calls for 600% profits at the top of this run and let the rest ride for a stop loss. I made a very small bet, thanks to the knowledge on how to spot when to consider taking profits. No problem, AL. Congratulations, man. How can the price spike up yet IV drop on GME? The market maker can drop implied volatility. Yeah, we want volume mostly. That's the thing we're missing most of, right? Is volume, participation. Is it happy little Opex Thursday? I'm looking forward to the pasta I'm cooking. It's the little things in life. Thanks, Lenny. Explain Opex like I'm a pair of Swedish wooden clogs. You are a pair of Swedish wooden clogs. But I think those are Dutch, not Swedish. Anyway. Yeah, well, actually, that kind of just proves your point. Girk, can you cover a simple trick that drives hedgies mad? Yeah, buying long dated calls slightly at and slightly out of the money. Are you still bullish on Revlon? Fucking, of course not. It got delisted. I still own it, but that's just because it's not worth selling. Wear me like one of your Swedish clogs. How bullish are you right now, J Fresh? Scale of 1 to 69. Or 20. No, I haven't sold any cover calls on GME today. I bought some 25C weeklies. They've been doing okay. Oh my god. Did you tell your wife that you've made money on a stock? Don't. She'll stop giving you your allowance. On a scale of 1 to 10, I'm at about 38.59. They call this the Icon effect. Is Fubo a good buy? I think they're a good growth company and they're pretty cheap right now. Mara and Riot having Opex runs. Good. The more that run, the weaker they get, right? The more tail risk they take on, the more they have to capitulate. Upstart about to break out, maybe. I mean, let's look again at that like August risk off, right? Yeah, that's yeah, the last two are, so it's Friday, Monday, and then Tuesday. So you can get quite a lot of stagnation in the early part of the day as they try to turn back the tide. But eventually, you know, well, not eventually, but hopefully we see capitulation. How much of Upstart is just FTD covering? Well, some of it's FTD covering, right? Because it's on Reg Show and they get kind of force covered every day. As conservative in Jimmy Opex positioning with 11, 18, 25, and 2650, since these are in the money and they have theta, better to roll up the chain or no? Is they're only being priced at 0.6 delta despite being in the money. Well, that's because they're only a little bit in the money. The further they go in the money, the more delta they'll gain. But remember, you know, there's an upside limit to that. Options that are further out of the money gain more value on a run than options that are, you know, at or in the money. And that's because they pick up extrinsic value. And their like they have extrinsic value and their intrinsic value increases. Whereas like at the money or very near or in the money, you know, most of the intrinsic value is priced in and they don't have very much extrinsic value. Who the fuck is buying on Rev? I mean, someone? They're not buying a lot. But it's starting to move up a little. Gurk, where can I buy custom fitted socks? I assume that's not for your feet. Was that the run? No. How's this Opex going for you? I mean, it's fine. I've already made a lot of money on Cat and SPX. I'm currently doing way better on the market and things like Sherwin and Caterpillar than I am on any of the like GME or Upstart positioning. What's up, Popcorn Trader? You draw some lines so we all feel better. I mean, we're holding above VWAP. I don't know what everyone's so concerned with. There's just not a lot of volume right now. Is this Rev's Opex run? I'm not sure if this is a serious question or not. It may be. We'll have to see. Did you hurt your finger? Yeah. I grated it with a cheese grater. That's not very bad. That sounds way worse than it is. They also want to thin out the chain before ups too. Equals less people playing the next cycle. There's an argument both ways on that. That's not entirely accurate. For those kind of socks, do I need crew socks or can I use knee-high socks? I like the comfort and the wool. I don't know. Do you need a knee-high? I don't think you do. Can you put up the bolometer? Busy today? No. Sorry. Sir Bro Hamdan. The bolometer makes people do stupid shit. Even though it's basically just an arbitrary indicator that I never update. Is Mara actually rising, or is that an equivalent rise due to the market rising? I mean, I'm sure the market rising has an effect on it. Bitcoin's also up today, don't forget. I took a bit off my thumb the other day using a mandolin. God, those things are the worst. I hope you appreciate the blood sacrifice. Internalization getting steadily unwound. A lot to go, though. Consolation prize. Give us an exuberance line. There already is one. Are you holding cat into earnings or sell before? I'm probably gonna take some profits before earnings, but I might hold a decent amount of my position. Maybe I'll take profits on the in the money stuff. Actually, I think everything's in the money. I'll take profits on the deeper in the money stuff. TDS is rocking, sitting at 328. It's been doing okay. Did you put any puts on SPX yet? No. Can you give us a rough barometer number just so I can tell my wife everything's gonna be okay? I don't remember the scale on it, but I'm pretty bullish right now. There's a confirmation the hedge has been flipped. You'll know if it happens. It's not gonna be a secret. Are you playing Google earnings? I have Google stock. So, I mean, in a manner of speaking. Dole looking pretty nice today too. Thanks for that one. Yeah, no problem, man. Before every Opex, we just agree on a price that the shirt comes off. That's why half of us are here. Here's the problem with that. I don't really have enough. Well, I might have enough GME calls to facilitate a shirt off, but it'd have to hit like $42 or something. His hogs seem like vascular. Well, it's not lean, popcorn trader. The hedge flips when puts capitulate and calls are bought, correct? Or is it a set price target? It capitulates when it's when puts are closed and calls are bought back. That's because lean is a drink. Well, it's also a type of hog that you can trade in the commodities market. Lean hogs. Interestingly, you can't trade like thick hogs in the commodities market. Otherwise, that's all I would trade. I wouldn't even bother with equities anymore. Fubo 6 month chart thoughts. Did we set a lower low at 336 yesterday? How are you playing options, if at all? I have most of my Fubo options are like at the money leaps for Jan 2024. I have some Jan 2023 at the money leaps, and then I have like a few calls that are out of the money in case we do see any significant volatility. So I drew these lines and SPX bounces around between them perfectly, but what happens when it gets to the end? Well, it'll either break up or down. Do MMs know account balances? It sounds like tinfoil to me, but also the data would be awesome to have. If they have 10 weekly calls but no money in the account to exercise, do they still need to be hedged? They may to some degree. Yeah. I mean, even ComputerShare can sell their data. I don't think they can sell it individually, right? Like they can't be like JPAS financial advisor has 10 weeklies and Popcorn Trader has 10 dailies that are $250 out of the money. It's more like these are the options that retail owns, and it's like as a whole basket. Jerk update, it broke up. It looks good. We're pushing. They do not want GME to move up. That is absolutely correct. Tesla not dead for Victor. I wish I bought calls. I sold one Tesla in November 25, 195 put. Yesterday, though. Oh, nice. How likely is a hedge flip looking for GME? It's gonna depend, man. Just wait. We're like pressed right up against it. I don't know what you're stressing out about. VIX is barely going down. I know. So if I lifting my buy say, thanks for getting bullish on my Bruce stack. I wasn't bullish on it. I just said if you can't afford any other bank, it's one you could buy. Riley over the last 3 days. Nice. That's one of my buy and holds like going into next year. What does the VIX that remains elevated mean? It means puts are still really expensive. It means volatility in the market isn't cooling. It's dangerous. Fubo Gen 24, $4 leaps, a decent strike. Building a position there barely costs more than the fives and saves me $100 a contract if I exercise. Yeah, I mean, when it's below $4. Where is the hedge flip on Upstart? We're already above it. Fuck you and Carl and the Carl you wrote on. You continue to push the cycles narratives, this long debt, are causing people to lose money. Worst streamer ever. That's not. I don't even think that's how he spells his name. Thank you. Ugh. Learning to read candles. Thanks. Ugh, gross. What do you got, Dork? Ooh. That's kind of fun. Turned. When are you gonna start building your position to the downside above 3,900? I don't know yet, man. At the end of the run, not like a specific price target. This can keep going, right? If earnings come in better than expected, that's gonna create even more bullish momentum in the market. Like this isn't the end of the rally. I've been in late 175 and it's up about 88%. Uh I don't know. They're up like 6x, 7x. Depends which strike. James Rowland would never say that anyway. He adores Gurk. It's true. Bullish fun or bearish fun? What? Why isn't Ivy moving on Upstart? Because it doesn't have a lot of volume. CEOs are pulling a ton of profits into 2022 and pushing expenses out where they can to 2023. Those execs want their huge bonuses this year. Yeah, it might be the last time they get a good bonus until, like 2025. So maybe 26. What's your price target for an upstart Opex? I don't know. Like above Gamma Max would be super cool. Which is at 30.72 right now. So figure 10 to 15% above that conservatively would be very nice. How's the pimento fetus development going? Does November have a lot of puts on SPX or nothing like October? Nothing like October. Can you comment on the different big boys out there? They want to keep GME suppressed, but also they make money off vol plays. I assume there's multiple theys. I don't really think so. I think it's mostly like Citadel and Susquehanna. They do want to suppress it because they don't want volatility to break up because they're short volatility right now. Hold on, I gotta read the rest of your message. Give me a second. If there's one unique element between all of the theys and all of these stocks that do this, it's almost always Citadel and Susquehanna. Like I don't think I've found one that they don't have ownership in. Is MM versus MM? It's not really the MMs. I don't think the MMs are super involved in shorting volatility. I mean, they're involved in the sense that, they're making the market for it, but they're neutral, right? I think the fact that we see put buyers moving in to suppress the MM's hedge indicates that the MMs are not complicit because the put buyers fear the MM deleveraging, right? I think that's actually pretty good evidence. So what we're seeing isn't Opex. I mean, it is to a degree because the MM is also a buyer today because of their gamma exposure. What is an upstart? They are artificial intelligence lending facilitator. The guy who couldn't answer that was just like some hedge fund dude. Nobody at a hedge fund really knows what companies do if they're just trading it. Would you mind looking at Fisker? Good company, actually. I bought it because I like the company, but I'm not sure what's going on today. Short capitulation, maybe? Could be, yeah. It's definitely shorted. I actually own a little bit of that. I had a friend who worked there. I don't know what account it's in, but I bought it a while ago. Yeah, looks like they're having a nice little run today. They've been building up for like the last couple weeks. Pretty bullish turnaround. Looking good. Some of it could be like earnings excitement. They have some pretty cool like battery tech. That's why I bought into them. I think my cost basis is a little above where it is now. Um, Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, my cost basis is at about like 850. So I wasn't really paying attention to it on the dip. I don't dislike them, but it could be a long time before they're actually worth anything. Yeah, the EV car maker, FSR, Fisker Karma, or whatever it is. They got a lot of really bad publicity early on because their cars kept lighting on fire. Japan is selling a ton of treasuries today. Did China start selling? Dollar getting thrashed. I mean, the markets are going up. Chinese banks are buying equities. Japan's buying back bonds. So all of those are driving some downward pressure on the Dixie. Yeah, it's more like machine learning. It's essentially like TransUnion or Equifax, right? Vetting borrowers for lenders. And you know, they take points off the loan. Hey Boo, thoughts on current SPX open interest for a push beyond 3850? As of this morning, there wasn't a lot beyond 3850. 3900 is starting to build up, but it was still a little weak this morning. It could be stronger now, obviously. Yeah, a little bit of volume there. If Jimmy can get that put wall to capitulate, the capitulation and positive long buying could push us up through 30. That's kind of what we want, right? The Jimmy hedge flip, I mean, we're already above the gamma flip point, right? But what they do is they skew it. So, you know, the hedge flip is not a fixed point. It is influenced by the skew of the chain, right? So as price moves up into the flip point and starts to put upward pressure on this, they can buy more puts and further skew this, right? But they, in doing so, they increase their risk because if this pushes up even more, right, then they need to buy more puts and skew it even further, right? And then because they've bought so many fucking puts to try to contain the price, if it keeps pushing and starts to break into those puts, then when they sell, they're selling off a far larger number of them, right? And so that means that the market maker deleverage is far more rapid. So when they sell those puts, you know, straight up. Hedge flip clam. It just, I don't know. People think of things way too linearly. Yeah, don't forget in May we didn't run till Wednesday. If that hedge flips, I'm gonna make white. Well, it's like imagine GME is trapped in a bubble and it keeps pushing until it pops. And when it pops, the air rushing out of the bubble catapults the price higher. Bust, better word than pop. Squart? I love all of you until we get fragged. Game of Skews, good stream card title. I feel like we had a Game of Thrones themed one not that long ago. Is there a way to see if my shares are being lent at IBKR? Check your statement. But no, I mean they'll lend your shares whether you tell them to or not. The Skewman show. When I told them not to lend my shares, I made sure their fingers weren't crossed. Okay. Shares aren't serialized, so one share lent is a share lent. No one cares where it comes from. Everyone thinks there's like this. A lot of DRS people specifically think that there's some sort of serialization or each share is unique. But as far as lenders and short sellers and everyone in the market is concerned, besides, registered transfer agents, all shares are just shares. They're all the same. They don't care. They're not counting them. They don't get a share in and they're like, "Oh, let me check the serial number on that and make sure it's a real share." They just take the shares. They're like, "Cool," and then they loan them back out again. So you pull a share away, right? Like a real share. You remove a real share, as you like to call it, from the pool of lendable shares. But that doesn't affect the pool of lendable shares. That just means that the next lendable share will be lent twice instead of once. Shares, same like shares, yeah. It's fun. Everyone knows the DRS shares have a special gold star on them. Sure. Where do locates come in, though? When do locates come in is a better question. Rarely on reg show. If the underlying equity is on reg show. No one gives a fuck about locates. Most of the times, the transaction that the share was borrowed for in the first place has completed long before a locate has ever been facilitated. Why do you think like they try to avoid getting equities on reg show as much as possible? Because then the only way to short is with a pre-borrow agreement, which means that the locate has to be facilitated in advance of the share borrowing, and they fucking hate that. That fucks up all the things they like to do. Imagine finding a stock before you short with it. Gross. I was joking. I was in compliance for 8 years. I've seen the mess. Yeah. And the only way you get in trouble is if you tell on yourself. So it's really just a perfect system. Most other businesses make sales and worry about inventory later. Yeah. All of my GME calls are green, making green today and some white tonight. Congratulations, carbon based. I'm very happy for you, man. I really am. Is this 10% run in Opex? I mean, technically, still yes. Although we are pushing into the stronger resistance level of those puts, and we're pushing into it kind of dramatically. Don't forget, as price rises, oh, this is fun too. Remember, as price rises, so we're thinking about we got our capitulation clam, or skew adjusted gamma flip point, right?
As price rises, the market maker is buying more into the rising price, even though we're above the flip point, because their positioning is skewed in order to cause them to continue buying into rising prices, right? And then when this does break and Jamie rockets through the top of it, the market maker has to keep buying into the rising price until we hit gamma max and they can start to turn their hedge around. So until gamma expands to the point where it is no longer stable and then begins to collapse in on itself, the market maker has to keep buying. It's technically like a gamma squeeze, sorta, but it's really not. Yes, I would prefer that to happen. I would too. So yeah, as that price rises, more and more pressure is applied. So it becomes harder and harder to keep it from breaking out. How do you calculate gamma max? You find the average maximum gamma across the call chain. My portfolio is green. What does this mean? You did something right. Yes, gamma max can be skewed dynamically. All of these values can change intraday and be manipulated. What price do you think we flip despite the skew for Jimmy? 30. I think 30 is really where we 20, well, okay, both actually. I think we can really start to get some momentum at a cross of 2750, and then I think that momentum can carry us into possibly through 30. But those are the two really big levels that we're concerned with. And we're already kind of breaking 2750 right now. Can we know what Grandma Max is now? No, we can only know when OI is updated the following morning. So this is this morning's Gamma Max. If people were buying calls today, especially if they were out of the money, then, you know, Gamma Max is going to move higher. So it can't be tracked live, but it does give us an idea of, you know, where Gamma begins to start expanding rapidly. Derek, long time, first time. What's the GB price target for when Pulsey retweets an RC comment on a Musk tweet? Yeah, tweets don't necessarily have an effect on price. The sentiment created by the tweet can. Gate 1 breached. Appreciate everything you've taught us. No problem, man. Now you guys can start to get a little euphoric. Anybody selling CS was going to un-DRS my shares or consider just selling them on this run. Will I be able to sell at a good time? Define good time. Will you be able to sell for more money? Probably. I mean, I think the way CS transacts orders, like it still transacts the orders rather quickly. It just takes a long time for you to get the money. I just had a bunch of work stuff come in. Can you make Opex happen faster? I need to sell soon. No? No, it can't, Greg M. Can you explain what's happening with IV on GME? It's going up because the market maker is pricing in more risk. It can be tracked live, and I'm working on it. No, it can't. Not really. It can be, but not unless you're gonna spend like $20,000 to $30,000 a month trying to do it. You could estimate it live. But it could skew greatly without your knowledge. Entered with leverage 5x at 25. Is it time to take profits? I don't think so, but you could if you want to. Official October white making count, 1 gallon. No, the IV30 isn't 100. He's just like looking at a call and calling out the IV. Best case possible, we hit Gamma Max. Best case possible, we break Gamma Max. Greg, thanks for your stream. I went from being totally confused on how to play GME to totally understanding ETF, FTDs, and OPEXs. Actually making money consistently now. Congratulations, Gregory. That's awesome, man. The realization that you were tired of NoPEX span and miss actual ups. Sat out GME this round. Cheers, Upstart. Bring me green. Upstart's looking pretty good, too. Upstart's still a little further away from its break point, though. SPX freight train headed for 38.50. Yeah. Yeah, despite what any market participants may want, there's really no stopping that market maker deleveraging. It's an insane amount of money. You know, right now it's like almost $8 billion of pressure to the upside. It's fucking crazy. And yeah, people are afraid of institutions like quickly positioning to the downside, but it's so expensive and those puts would be devalued. You generally don't buy puts into a price that's running up. What's the range you're looking for CCs? I'm just gonna see how it plays out. You know, I mean, CCs are the easy part of all of this, right? You just wait for it to peak and then sell CCs. We haven't really gotten any volatility, and we haven't gotten a lot of volume yet, although we're starting to get more. So I'm gonna wait on those covered calls. I put puts into the SPY ripping to the moon back in August and lost 6K in 4 hours. Lesson learned. Yeah. What juice? What are you talking about, Akash? What's up, man? Are you looking at some zero DTs? Join in on the fun? Well, there are no zero DTs. Oh, you mean on SPX? I have some. I got a few when I woke up, which was after market open, but who will be the first new pigeon whale? I have no idea. I sold puts yesterday. Am I becoming smarter? Sounds like it. What does it look like if you don't sell CCs till tomorrow? I probably won't sell. I may not even sell them this week. Upstart flip point around 25.77. Uh, roughly. I would say that Upstart's flip point, let's see. It needs to cross 25. Once it crosses 25, it doesn't really have a ton of resistance until 30. What juice are you vaping? Oh, it's like mint, I think. I have no idea. I don't really pay attention. I just buy them. AMD. Uh, AMD's Gamma Max might actually be like 97. It says its Gamma Max is 105, but actually, yeah. But the low end of its Gamma Max range is like 96. Just to note that AMD very rarely crosses Gamma Max. Although in the past it has moved up and hit it. It's pretty rare that it crosses Gamma Max. It's trading below Vega neutral. So I would say that Vega neutral would probably be its upside resistance, and that's at about $80.80. Also, AMD doesn't look super great right now. It might run, but it doesn't look amazing. I have a cost basis of GME of 29. Been holding these 2K shares since the initial run up. I'd like to remain a shareholder. How would you lower your cost basis if in my situation? Anything I can do during Opex? I mean, yeah, you could sell covered calls, near or around the peak. You could sell them out or at or in the money, and use that extra premium to lower your cost basis. If I can make $3,800 on my 45K port, I'll be green, and then I'll become a pigeon whale. So if you double your $45,000 port, good luck, man. Can we get T+2 from this run? Yes, we can. We can get T+2, and then we can get T+2 again. What's your largest money-making day pre-tax? GME March 2021. End of Feb into March 2021. Stream tags contain, yeah, I never change this tags. I just put new ones in and then never remove the old ones. I should probably add Upstart. Ooh, look, they're fighting for it. That's exciting. Run killed at 2750. I mean, they're definitely fighting to keep it from breaking out. Also, the market maker sells into falling prices, right? Don't forget that part. Thanks for the pep talk the other day. 10 contracts, sold 3 today to cover my cost basis. Now it's stress-free watching the gamma ramp. Yeah, It's nice. Shorting into the rising SPY, that can't be easy. I mean, the SPY isn't rising, right? It's stagnating right now. It's not easy to short into the active fund pressure. So if we don't cross today, bail on calls. No, I'll probably hold them until tomorrow. Are you still holding your 20K Fubo shares? Yeah. I'm a little bit underwater on them right now. My cost basis is like 370. Can you play the VUP song if we get VUPs? We're starting to get pretty volatile though, which is a good sign. SPX trend line on the 15 minutes says 3,900 today is not out of the question. I don't think 3,900 is out of the question today. But we are in kind of an ascending wedge, so we may see a breakdown before getting more pressure to that level. I don't know if we will, but we could. It's still very, very early in the day. For real, do you or anyone in the chat have advice on how to fix a major neck kink? I'm dying over here. I don't know. I usually just lay down when if I get one of those till it goes away. Is it a great sign for the market short term that weekly MACD is also turning positive? I mean, it's a trailing indicator, but sure. You'd think it would have turned positive in the last 300 points to the upside if it was more useful. The daily is probably a better one to look at. Why is Jimmy up on 10% on no news at all? You shitting me? Decent volume for Opex? Not yet, no. But we've never had an Opex technically since the split, right? So we don't really have a baseline for what volume should be nowadays. I'm learning Soulmate Weeklies about it open for 100%. Holding exposure with my Novembers. Positional weeklies were small, and I was fine seeing them die. That's fair. If Bobby has a monstrous day, should I unload bags or keep holding? Up to you, man. Uh, I don't like the future of the company very much. And yes, I understand there's a million positive ways to reorganize their debt, but that doesn't mean any of their debtors are going to agree to them. I'm not ignoring you, Darth. How do you tell someone to do their job better? There's an email to my boss, so it has to sound professional. Hmm. Tricky. You know the best way is to ask a bunch of information that would require them to do their job, right? So ask information about the things that they're not doing so that they have to get that information to provide it to you. And then, if they don't, that's something that you can take higher up because you're unable to do your job because he's not doing his, right? That's how you get promoted. Thanks for being here through it all since the beginning. The knowledge I've learned in the 2 years has already helped me set up my future. And I can't wait to see what keeps happening. Thank you. Thank you, Jacob. I appreciate it, man. Should I unload Jimmy bags if Opex is good? I don't know. I'm still very bullish on GME as a company. I think they're quite good. Uh, I'm gonna keep holding my shares. No, we have to break 42 to get shirtless Gurk. I don't have enough options to get my shirt off earlier. And I don't take my shirt off for covered calls, so and BCC yourself on everything you send to your boss. Yeah. Being only about 4 months into playing options, I've only bought and sold calls so far. I haven't had time to learn about proper use of stops. Is that regarded? Or are stops for riskier trades? And what are you trading that you don't think it's risky enough to have a like stop? I mean, if you're only like trading leaps or something, then sure. But you should probably have stops on everything. They protect your position, even if they're not close to the money. What's your GME fair market estimate years down the road? In 5 years, I could see them quadrupling their current market cap, maybe more. Um, Depending on the route they take and how much they're able to advance, uh, how much able to, how much ability they have to advance their margins and also break into e-commerce, used electronics, like all these potential opportunities that they have. It'll also depend on how poorly their competition does over the next couple years, which is maybe even more interesting. Who sells GME shares? People all the time. Do we have any OPEX before what was covered the most on Wednesday? Yeah, two. We've had two OPEXs that have fired off hard on Wednesday. February 2021 and May 2022. Company email can be deleted on their whim, but if it's in your personal email, it's forever. That's true. Yeah. Thank you so much, Ace Ventura. I appreciate it. I am gonna have to get. I know Jimmy's looking super bullish, but I really do need to get a coffee. My GME cost base is 31. Too high to sell CCs for the past few weeks. I'm thinking to sell my shares if we reach past that and re-enter via CSPs in the low 20s. Viable? Sure. There's no such thing as your cost basis being too high to sell covered calls. That's ridiculous. You just need to understand risk and save your premiums in case you need to close them. But it doesn't matter what your cost basis is, you can sell covered calls every week. Like the stream, we making money. Riku, Pickleman, Riku. Thank you, Mr. Poopy Pants. Are you gonna play Gotham Knights tonight to celebrate Opex hitting? No? Put Guybrush up before you go. You know, a lot of people are having really strong feelings about that. About Guybrush and his effect on Opex. No Guybrush. Do it. You know what? Fuck you guys. Guybrush has been here with us since the beginning. He's earned his place on this fucking stream. But here, I will, however, give him some help. Upstart dead. Upstart being shorted with the drop in the market. If Jimmy gets delisted, I'm unsubscribing. Like the stream, less than 1/3 likes. What the fuck, people? That's all I had. That's... Any suggestions on a trade to jump in now? Or should I wait for a pullback? I have a cash account and just DT options. I don't know. GME looks pretty spicy. It doesn't seem like a great way to approach trading. Just running around asking YouTubers what that you should jump into. But good luck, man. Is it a possibility that Jimmy stays above the gamma flip point, doesn't run, and then gets dropped? Are there mechanisms to make this possible? Yeah, they could short the fuck out of it. Can we get the dancing pickle too, aka rave pickle? Not right now, but maybe later. I have Opex figured out. We've got ourselves a Poxitani Gherk situation. When Gherk oversleeps Opex, we run. When he's on time for the stream, it's an Opex. Colin Robinson, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, dude.
Happy birthday, Gherk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance.
Thanks, Alan Angel Fire. I appreciate it, man. I feel like there's an opportunity for a new word. Capitulation. Yeah, we'll see if they get bought back. Calipulation? That's good. That's a good word. Over 500,000 of December 16, 26, 25 puts looking bought. Cool. Fubo dropping sportsbook should be seen as a positive cost cut for future profitability. Would you agree? I do think it is a positive for future profitability. Here's who's here to challenge the self-futtery we fell victim to, i.e. superstitious thinking. I'm prepared to make amends with Guybrush. Unless Guybrush gets GME delisted, then he's dead. Best part about disappearing for a few weeks when fieldwork comes up is that I return to the news that we now have a rave pickle. Where's this little guy at? We've always had a rave pickle. Well, not always, but he's been around for a long time. When Vic's 18. I wish. Did you get into Boyle yesterday? Yeah. Yeah, I entered Boyle and BP positions. I'm averaging up on my calls. Gasoline on the fire time. Oh boy. Well, I can say this to retail. If you want Opex, it's there. Is it just me or looking at low time frames? It looks like 2750, 2755 was a brick wall of boofing. Oh no, it is. They really don't want it to break out. I don't know, maybe they're not hedged to the upside. They're really fighting for it more than they would normally. Or we simply just haven't bought back enough calls and bought enough long calls. That's one of the two. Too many sold covered calls, not capitulating, probably at $30. This is the SPX pullback you were mentioning earlier. Yeah. Fortunately, it's not having a big detrimental effect on like the Opex stocks. Fubo's getting hit a little bit, but GME and Upstart are holding their own. IBKR out of Upstart shares for over an hour. Good. Is the borrow rate going up? Ooh, guys, check the borrow rates. They're sure as shit not getting much liquidity from anywhere else. Could this be FTDs? XRT has 500,000 FTDs due today. T plus 6. Do you think 500,000 FTDs would cause this much price movement? It's not. Also, those are FTDs on the ETF, right? Those really don't have anything to do with the underlying. So shares of the ETF would be bought in order to satisfy the FTD count. It's on Reg Show also. So I don't know if that's factored into that. But yeah, those don't really have a huge effect. I think the timing is off though because of Reg Show. Bobby is up 28% and now worth check notes. Oh, never mind. Fidelity has Jimmy 146k available at 5.75. Okay. Upstart at 1809. Okay. Make me a sandwich. I'm sick home watching the little one while she's sick. I can't do that, man. I don't know where you live, and I'm not your sandwich maker. I assume it's just white on bread. We go slightly up. Interesting. Yeah, the next resistance is at 30. Good God, Kendra has children? Of course he does. Calm down, dork. We know. You're too exuberant for a quant. You need to dial it back. When we cross 30, you can turn it up to 11. My smugometer is gamma squeezing. Yeah, welcome to the club. IBQR has a 416 available at 9.04. Okay, so it dropped. Wow, it dropped quite a bit. Do you have an NDA ready for when I claim Pontiff a VWAP? Yeah. Does your visit include foreign territory like Crete? Sure. I've always wanted to go there. Sick. Are there other jokes, like funny ones? I don't know. Squart. It's gotten really degenerate as people have been waiting so long for something to happen. Yeah, guys, like the stream or no Opex. What a shill. Tour the palace ruins at Knossos? Okay. Bobby running today? A little bit, yeah. It's moving up. Where's the biggest wall for price improvement? Well, right where we're at, and then $30. Is SQQQ a good buy at 49? No. You could get it for cheaper if you stop trying to short in the middle of a bear rally. Upstart done, or is this just the beginning? I think it's just the beginning. All of the above, batting McBadface, but prosciutto de Parma is chef's kiss. Thoughts on gnocchi? I don't I don't actually like them very much. They're kind of just too heavy. Even when they're not, they're just too much. I don't really like potatoes. Upstart's a little further away from its, well, I guess price-wise it's about the same distance. But Upstart's big break points at 25. You let Tom get to you. Do you agree that lobster ravioli never lives up to its potential? I've had some really good lobster ravioli. But I think in Italy they'd be made with like langoustine, which is a little different flavor. They're like tiny lobsters. Of all cured, thinly sliced deli meats, prosciutto di Parma doesn't reign king, it reigns as a god, superior to all things edible. It's pretty phenomenal. And Italians would kill me for this, but sometimes when I make carbonara, I use prosciutto. I know, but I do. It's not fatty enough is the problem. Nudie? Oh, like the ricotta dumplings. Those are really good. No, I'm not posting my eggplant parm recipe. Not a crawfish. They're saltwater crawfish. Yeah, I get a thick cut of it. Tuscans will have your neck for this. This is intense. Is it crazy just watching the glass ceiling break? Doric, I told you if you tried hard enough one day, you'd be recognized. Yeah, I've made it with guancale. It's just hard to get here. Prosciutto, there's a recipe with cream and green peas. Yeah, I make that sometimes too. That's more of like the Americanized version of carbonara. Except at most American restaurants they use fucking bacon, which is disgusting. Do you have a price target you're watching for Macy's? I think my PT on Macy's, well, Gamma Max on Macy's is pretty high, but I don't know if it'll hit it. I'm trying to remember what my price target on Macy's was. It was like, $20.94 and 24.44. Gamma Max on Macy's is at 23.44 right now. Have you ever played Minecraft? A couple times? I've had pancetta and carbonara too. I know carbonara doesn't have cream in it. There's you can make like a cheese sauce with cream, prosciutto, and like green peas. That's it's not the same as carbonara, but it's another sauce. Is it possible we break 40 for GMA? Maybe. How high can gamma flip be skewed? Quite a lot. I mean, if they keep buying puts or selling naked calls, they can keep skewing it. That doesn't mean that the pressure from the market is going to stop. That's disgusting, Max. We don't live in 17th century Italy. It's okay to use cream. I mean, carbonara is made with egg, not cream. Do you know Chicago well? Not really. I've never spent a lot of time there. I've been there a few times, but I've never spent a lot of time there. If we get rejected at 30, are you selling your calls? I don't know. The weeklies? Maybe. Maybe some. Do you use a lot of heavy whipping cream? And what? I don't use whipping cream in carbonara at all. That's more like Alfredo, which isn't really Italian. Volumetrically speaking, this does not seem like an Opex, right? Not at all. But that's because the hedge hasn't flipped. No, like Alfredo sauce. I'm pretty sure it's an American like type of pasta sauce. It's cream, butter, and cheese. Yeah, that's another issue Americans have with making carbonara is our eggs are we have salmonella. Like we don't inoculate our chickens for like salmonella. Fettuccine Alfredo. It's called carbo loading. I had a friend a long time ago who was from who his family was from Crete. Just need to use really good dry pasta. If you don't, the sauce won't be as creamy because the starches are wrong. Yeah. I just got a free ride violation in Fidelity. What even is that? Go Google it. Also, how? My Italian friend went back to Italy, and her nana asked her what she wanted. She said fettuccine alfredo, and her nana asked her who the fuck is Alfredo. Are they out of shares to borrow for Upstart? Well, at IBKR, I'm sure they're not out of shares to borrow. Fucking Alf. In Europe, they don't clean them, which is why they don't need to refrigerate them. Yeah, because the shells are thicker and it's not as porous, right? Free riding is selling the security before the purchase is finalized. Kind of hard to pull off, though. Who paper-handed Pigeon Whale? Because whoever they are dead to me until they rejoin Pigeon Whale. I mean, Hazy. Wait, why American eggs the only GMO ones? What? Next weekly up 69%. Would have been 269% if I had waited to buy yesterday afternoon. I'm like Burry, early but not wrong. Sure you are. After Opex, are you meeting with the boys in Vegas and blowing our gains on poker and roulette? I don't gamble. Like ever. I've played blackjack and poker a couple times, but other than that, I don't gamble. Enjoy your 90 days settled funds only restriction. I mean, you could call them and try to argue it. Or just be like, you didn't know. Sometimes they'll let you off with one. Well, Hazy's now officially dead to me. The shame of paper handing Pigeon Whale is much worse than anything else. Agreed. Oh no, red candle. A true Pigeon Whale would never have to paper hand. I suggest a lower tier for the ones who blew up their ports and had to crawl back into your graces. We have that on the Discord. It's called Paper Handed Bitch. Not IBKR. They were pretty solid on not lifting my restriction after I bought and sold Nerve one day. Rough. What's behind 2750? Upside? Wouldn't $10,000 subscription? That's the Ko-Fi is for any offset subscriptions. It's for, it's a $10,000 subscription. What the fuck would I offer it? Like trade your account for you? It's not worth it. I'll just open up a fund, take 3% maintenance fees and 10% performance. Sign me up. Did you mod Hazy on Discord? No. Any chance of seeing GME the selected ticker so it's a bit easier to see at a glance? %10 performance is pretty generous. I'm pretty good. 10K account includes live data on ice cream inventory. To temper the exuberance, 5-day return on BBBY 2.9, GME 3.6, Upstart -5. Yeah. Well, mostly because they all got, well, Upstart got hammered hard on Friday. I don't think the 5-day return has ever mattered going into an Opex, but yes. Does a former pontiff of VWAP retain the title if they only subscribe for a month? Absolutely. Today's GME run looks almost identical to May earlier this year. Don't you think tomorrow morning will peak us out? We'll see. IBKR allows you to run a hedge fund as an account will automatically follow you. I don't like that though. That's bullshit, right? Because they're just stealing money on the PFOF and the slippage. $7% and 3 coffees a day. That's my final offer. 10 and 3. I don't know how much you putting in. If you're gonna put in like 30, 40 million, then you know you get a better rate. That's how it works. I'm broke as fuck, but I'm still on my autopay pickle financial Cornichon subscription. Thank you so much, Oliver. You probably shouldn't do that if you're broke as fuck, man. Jesus, you might actually be a grifter. I mean, that's how hedge funds work. The more money you put in, the better terms you get. For invest, I need to know 100% aggressive. I'm not starting a fucking hedge fund. I mean, not for you guys. Most people wouldn't be able to qualify to invest in a hedge fund. I mean, it's true. You have to. You can't. You have to be an accredited investor. I'm gonna bankrupt myself on Dillionaire and you can't stop me. It's all about the amount of money you have. Yeah, it is. Or experience. You can have investment experience. But it's not like the options application. Like, you actually have to prove it. Is November Opex not a thing now since we're running? It depends. And we won't know till November. But you know, right now it looks like we're primed for a rip. Well, in a bear market, because you have the deleveraging of so many puts, right? It's not just puts like melting up on SPX and SPY. It's melting up on everything, right? Because everyone over leveraged puts market wide into this expiration, right? And all of that is shedding, and so yeah, it's not just the SPX. More people will probably qualify with $1 million net worth than we think. Probably. Am I an accredited investor? I join your fund. Call my monthly statements and correspondence be in my chat Discord name, or does it require a legal name change? You'd probably have to get a name change. You bought more Rev 35? Is that just cheap gamble play? I didn't buy more. I have the same number in this account that I had. Does watching your stream count as investment experience? I mean, if you're also trading. If I time this right, I'm able to sell out of my cat 100% up and dump it all into Upstart and then lose it all. This is what you taught me, right? I mean, that's usually the way it goes. You've stalled at 20.5k subscribers. Yeah. Yeah, I don't really do anything to grow my subscriber base. Like, I don't advertise the channel. I'm not on Super Stock anymore, so it doesn't grow from that. I don't really post to Wall Street bets because I hate their auto bot. I could do things to up the subscriber base, but like I could make shorts and tweet a lot, but fuck that. I believe you. Congratulations on being a qualified investor, Bipolar Bear. Yeah, no, funds actually dig pretty deep because it's at their discretion, but it's their risk they're taking. So um, usually bigger funds will dig pretty deep into your financials. Because they don't want to deal with you trying to pull your money or getting sued. I hear you, C Pizzle. I'd think about it. Is our favorite stock still looking bullish? Yeah, it still looks good. Everything seems fine. 200 to 300K for spousal income isn't that high if you push hard to be an accredited investor and make good money as a family unit. It's not that hard. Yeah, and, I mean, I'd imagine more people could qualify, but it's still, most of the people in here have some money, right? Yellow into Jimmy now to make this thing go up higher. I'm already exposed enough. No. No, I didn't, Velvet. Some, correct. I have 5 money. Do you know why I drew a horizontal line on cat at 194? I don't know why I have it, but it's stopping cat from going up. That's like 193.80 is a fairly important resistance. Can you pretend that Moonman has some 2750 CCs and buy a bunch of in the money leaps? He probably does. Wherever he is. What's the play for weekly theta decay? Eat up gains? What's the play for the week? Oh, for the weeklies? I don't know, just like a move up above 2750. How would you play Opex if you only had shares? I would sell covered calls at the top. If I didn't have enough shares for a covered call at the top, I'd probably just sell the shares at the top. Okay, I deleted it. Cat can run now. That's how you do it, Pong. Are we battling at resistance across the board? I mean, it's not only the effect of being at resistance, it's the effect of like it being midday, liquidity being low. There's several factors. What would you play if you had 3 Argentinian pesos? I wouldn't. You're gonna need that money for food, man. That's like 1/1,000,000th a loaf of bread. So OPEX happening or nah? Man, you're impatient as hell. When would you start to DCA into Chinese stacks? Hey, Baba. Did you see the fucking meeting yesterday? Not at all? I'll DCA into Baba if it hits like $10. IV has gone up on GME calls today. A little bit. Looks like GME $30 calls are being picked up. That's good. What am I looking at looking for timing wise to sell CCs on BBBY today or tomorrow. You're probably looking for it to break a Gamma Max at around like 11. I don't know if it will. They still have their share offer. This is the best stream card yet, and you're still not a pigeon whale. I mean, I am up on my Opex calls, so thanks, Carl. Are 30 DTE Jimmy puts a good idea at the peak of the Opex runs? Further than 30 DTE. You need to offset the theta decay by buying lots and lots of theta. Or the IV decay, sorry. You need to offset the IV decay by buying lots and lots of theta. Otherwise, you'll overpay for IV on the front end, and it'll lower your potential gains. You know how bad I want to be a pigeon whale? I don't. Tell me about it. Guesstimate of ETA and GME volume. I don't know. We need to break the hedge, probably, for us to see any significant volume. We're still up 10% today. Don't forget that. So, you know, that's still some more pressure for tomorrow. Any thoughts on Rumble? I mean, if Snapchat is still valued at 15 billion, I have no idea why or how they make money. Rumble being valued at the same cap would be 7x upside. What the fuck is Rumble? Being pigeonholed isn't very hard. Just don't be poor. YouTube competitor? I don't think it's a competitor. It's an attempt at competition. Yeah. Because they don't have the user metrics to command a valuation that high. It's pretty simple. They don't make enough money yet. Can you please rank your pickle pick stocks that are on rotation? Cat, V, Sherwin, AMD. I don't rank them. How rude. It's like telling your children which one you love the most. Is this Canadian thing no one has ever used worth the same as Google? No. Took 50% gains on my Upstart calls so I can focus on work. Shout if it gets to below 23, and I'll look to buy back in. Okay. This consolidation above 27 is pretty bullish for a continued run this afternoon. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Extremely rude, rather uncouth, and incredibly boorish. Fair. The way you constructed that sentence is insane to me. You put the comma before to the third item and the and between the first and the second. It's like you've thrown grammar to the wind. Sorry, no DD today? No, I woke up at like 9:45. Will you consider this an Opex if we go up to 30 but don't see any volume, which we usually see during an Opex? I will assume it's happening in November if volume is not sufficient, as would I. If volume isn't sufficient, Jettle, then they cannot unlock liquidity, right? Then it would just be more can kicking. You need a halfway through the day song. No, I don't. Right? No, I don't. No, that's bullshit. You've thrown grandma to the wind. Greg's alarm clock guy failed us today. He did. What did I miss? Why is the market exploding? Purple stalkers tell me that Icon has bought several million of every ticker to encourage a short squeeze on Ape. Is this true? Has Carl Icahn ever done anything in the history of Carl Icahn that wasn't just for Carl Icahn? No. It would, if we don't get an infusion of volume, it would compound obligations for a future run. So if we get a small run, right, but not very big, say like we just slowly push up into 30 and that's it, and then get shorted back down, then this is just a continuation of them carrying forward obligations into November. I see. So SLD then. My bad. I didn't call you this morning because I was laughing at the Discord panicking in the pre-market. Ah. Do you show the 25 strike OI disappeared for this week? I'm seeing 0 OI but 2600 volume. Glitch? Sounds like it. Just sell my rev shares. Is it worth it? It's up to you. I mean, they're not worth much. Can I have a refund on what? Probably not. Okay, I really need coffee or I'm gonna pass out. I'm getting too tired. I'll be right back, guys. 1 year of Gherk and this entertaining group of regards being weirdos with me. I am thankful. Buckle up, internet friends. Happy Opex. Happy Opex, buckled up Jen. Everyone say hi to buckled up Jen. I'm gonna go get a coffee. People get scared out of their calls yet? JFresh is telling people to sell on the Discord. Ooh. I have a hard time believing that. I'm telling people to sell there. Sell, you fools. Doo-doo. Do you remember we get ACI options chain? I bought a call option on merger news and then it got all weird. Can you explain? They're being bought out right by Kroger. I really don't know that much about the Albertsons merger. I thought it like broke down or something. I guess that's the buyout price. Hmm. Ooh. SPX doing some volatiles. Stabilizing. Yes, it's holding. SPX looks fine in the 5-minute though. Yeah, it seems like an okay level to reestablish a foothold. Almost 1,000 likes. Is super stonk here? I don't know. SPX looks fine on the 5-minute. Dropping the market to cancel Opex. Crime. Not necessarily crime. Two-year note auction. 44429 now. Oh. Jimmy holding up like a champ on that spy dump. I mean, so far. Give me one more second. Dump and pump? We'll see. Selling CCs? Who? No. Why'd you stop showing the demand zone on your chart? I haven't? Oh. The last few real OPEX events, 130 always seems like the sweet spot. Yeah, generally speaking, the later afternoon is where we see the most price improvement. I think that was true in March. I don't know about May. I think May have been earlier in the day. Price target in 1 year for GameStop? I don't know. It depends on if they move to positive earnings or not. Like if EPS goes positive, they could see a pretty big improvement. Cough, CNS cough. Yes, Gaff, I know how it works. If you're nice, I'll maybe play the song today. Yeah, May ran on Wednesday, not Tuesday. My first child's name will be Cenas, and there's nothing I can do about it. Do you think Jimmy can ever hit $1,000 a share? No. I mean, not anytime soon. Jimmy could just be getting some internalization done to the market, rising market today, which would explain the price action. What price action is there to explain? Jimmy looks amazing on the day. Like we've risen above and stayed above VWAP for almost the entirety of the day. We seem to have support at 27, and the market's starting to possibly rebound and move back into another uptrend. Jimmy could just be getting some internalization help. Looks like crypto is also benefiting from institutional repositioning. A little bit, yeah. Bitcoin back above 20. You can do whatever you want with your GME bags. They're yours. Explain the price action for people calling Nopex. I don't know. I mean, everyone's always calling Nopex. Who gives a shit? Don't worry. I mean, if it does run, there'll be the same people, saying, "Oh man, I wish I'd bought more. I totally fucking missed that one." And then if it doesn't run, they'll just be like, "Oh, look, I was right." SHLDQ up 173%. Okay. I know you're ignoring my chat, so I'll pay you to say it out loud. I didn't see them. JFresh isn't just a number crunching cat. He's not a trader who actually gives a fuck with that nerd. Hold on. Wow, where did it go? Oh. Nerd thinks. Think for yourselves. There, I said it. Ban JFresh. That's not happening. JFresh definitely isn't getting banned. I mean, there's something he sees in the data that's got him a little spooked. I just wonder what it is. Let me see something. Me getting slammed down pretty hard. Hold on. It still looks okay there. I'm not seeing anything yet that's super concerning. Don't like the SPY movement though. Too much capitulation at the 3,800. Hmm. Do you think we still have not hit an all-time high for GME? I think that'll depend on its valuation in the future. It's almost like you called the pullback yesterday. We talked about it. Give me 1 second. Hmm. Upstart's holding much better. I'm just trying to figure out what level this can drop to. Give me a second. So we're gonna pull back. Current price. So looks like if it slips 38.25, it's a problem, but if we hold above it, we look good. Is it the VIX shorts? My VIX has cooled a little bit. I mean, it's down, but it's not down much. How's IV holding up? IV seems to be holding up okay. I haven't seen anything on China today. Is it cool to invest in them again? Yeah, I wouldn't. I would be really cautious investing into China right now. Not apparently 0 shares to borrow on Upstart, or at least from IBKR. Are you straddling tonight due to mini mega cap earnings, Microsoft, Google, V? I actually don't have that many calls left on SPX. I might buy a little protective hedge, but I'm about 60%, maybe a little more out of my SPX position. Bunch of negative articles about Upstart today. Bullish. Nice. Do you still have hope that Jimmy will push through the gamma flip? I don't know. It's going to depend on call buyers, partially, and then also on the market. How do you determine the 3825 support analysis? Yeah. Do you think we could see another rise in price T+2 from today's run? I don't know if, I mean, a little bit, but not much. Today's run's not very significant. And more importantly, today's run didn't put a lot of calls in the money. We would need to break 30 to put a significant number of calls in the money. Got you, sir, around 50-50 chance of Opex happening. If we bounce and we start moving up, then yeah, there's still a chance of it happening. It'll largely depend on what the market does, I think. And if, you know, buyers are going to go long here or not. You guys see more cash is made from lending GME shares last year than any other? That makes sense. Check out FTDs on Upstart coming up 11-1 through 11-4. Yummy. It gets pretty spicy. I bet as they figured out if they cover later, like Wednesday or Wednesday evening, they can buy into calls closing. No, or that's how I would do it. Yeah, they can. I mean, they can get calls to close too, right? Like if they can burn the weekly calls, then they're in a good position. When buying puts eventually, how far out will you aim? December or further? I mean, it depends on when we get a run, right? But I would probably aim at least 45 to 90 DTE. Green tick, hedges are fuck. So an intraday pullback before an Opex run isn't necessarily bad. It happens. It's happened many times in the past. The worry is it's kind of the defining point between an Opex and an Opex, right? Either we recover from this pullback and longs load up and we surge ahead even higher, or the pullback just continues and everyone gets fucked. When we run like this on Tuesday during Opex, we normally run the preceding day. Don't know why people are so bearish now. I don't know. JFresh said some shit and then like went back to work. This is why I say no weeklies. So this entire time the thesis has been significant covering happens when obligations are high enough. But the truth is a nice run is largely dependent on other retail players in the market buying calls. It's both. I think there comes a point at which pressure is high enough, like right now, where it's very much up to retail because they're pushing back, right? If retail were to buy a lot of calls right now, then yes, it could expose them more. That's always been part of the thesis. That was part of what I wrote in November. Retail call buying has a dramatic effect on the potential for Opex. Otherwise, yeah, you have to wait until their obligations are high enough. Nice few ticks on SPX. This is a solid bounce, yeah. Retail don't FOMO, no mo. Yeah, you're not wrong. We're in a recession, man. I know. It doesn't mean they stopped shorting volatility. One really good Opex run, and it'll bring back the FOMO again. To some extent, yeah. No, you guys doing it's not sufficient. You need larger interest. Are you swinging your GME calls overnight? Probably not. Maybe? I mean, only if we start to pump more. Yeah, I think we should be honest about the strength of these runs so people don't keep hoping for March. I think we made it pretty clear that this did not look nearly as big as March. Or at least I did. I don't know what other people say, but I was very clear that this wasn't going to run as much as March. Gamma Max is only, $8 away from our current price. Or not even anymore. $5 away from our current price. March was 164% run. My 2-year-old has been saying moon soon all week. Either he knows something or I failed him. We'll see. SPX is picking back up again, so. What would you think is a sign that indicates SPX run is over? We start to see the market downturn sooner than we think. I still don't expect a significant down. Like we can move down, but we're not going to move down to like 3,500 or anything until like after the Fed meeting at least. The only thing that could prompt that is like a massive failure across everyone's earnings and revised expectations. IV30 dropped about 5%. I DM'd you. I see it. I'm on a lunch date with my 2-year-old, and she ate without getting food all over. MOASS soon. I don't know about that. Three-quarters of Wall Street Bets doesn't know what Opex is. We need to ramp up our educational campaign. Buying realistic calls. Hedgies hate this one trick. They really don't like it. You're not wrong. I'm just saying it may be time to come up with a new thesis, bud. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. When are you expecting to exit your upstart position? I've got some Jan 50s. I'm not going to exit upstart January calls. I'll exit November's if nothing comes to fruition. And then reposition those as we approach November Opex. As long as it continues to remain on reg show, then it continues to generate potential. Why exit upstart calls for November now and re-enter when it was never an Opex play to begin with? Why exit upstart calls for November now and re-enter when it was never an Opex play to begin with? Because theta's starting to decay them. They're falling under the 30-day window. Do you think RevRQ will move to the upside, or is it time to sell and save what I have left? I have shares. I mean, yeah, it can, but it might take like 5 years. If November comes and goes without violent upside, I mean, I'm done playing them. November 8th's full moon will be called the Beaver's Moon. Get your calls now. Jimmy hovering around VWAP, a good sign. Holding VWAP's a good sign, but pressure's reduced because we fell below 27. Which is, I imagine, what JFresh was not very fond of. Rev options, PCO, yeah. Not PCO. There you can trade them, but no new options are opened. Jamie hovering around VWAP, a good sign. Oh, I answered that. Would you pay $200 for a fancy ice cream treat in the shape of a turkey? You should consider the wrong duckin to your freezer supply. I don't know what that is. That sounds disgusting. How's Upstart looking in your opinion? I like that it's holding. It's still quite a bit away from where it's going to be applying pressure. It needs to move up about $2 more. I mean, it's up pretty decently today, 9%. Let's see what the hedge is on it. It's about 700,000 per 1%. So not a huge amount of gamma exposure, but a little bit. Would you get 60 DT cat puts if it crosses 200? Probably not. I don't like shorting cat. It just takes too long for it to drop. It's just an EMA ribbon. It's between I think EMA 30 and 180. I think I have it set for on this. Yeah. Shitty volume means Opex hasn't even started. If we hold this level into tomorrow, bullish. Yeah, if we hold the level, it could be bullish into tomorrow. At least we'll realize the hedging from the market maker overnight, which could be helpful. It's still tough, man. It's a big wall. I will say Jamie's holding up a little bit better against the market drops, though. My RevRQ only worth $400. Yeah, I mean, I'm not selling mine just because it's worthless. Like, I don't care. You know what's running? Rev. Yeah, it seems to be moving up a little bit at least. It's up to like 150. Still got quite a ways to go. And the volume is not great. 500,000 volume. SPX puts now? I'm not. I mean, you can try it if you want to. Do you think Gen 35s will see any price improvement with the price improvement in Rev? Rev will have to go up a lot for the Gen 35s to see price improvement. And it'll have to go up with volume, more importantly. Was Carr the play all along? It feels real fine. Carr's been doing pretty well the last few days. The problem with Carr is there's really no options chain to speak of. But yeah, Carr's been killing it. Carr's a lot like DDS. Like if you want to play it, you can buy some shares. But it tends to not, get a lot of options volume. Like DDS or EPAM, just very, very illiquid. So they move up rapidly, but it's very hard to get options on them because it's risky to make those markets. Do you think Gen 35s will see any price improvement? Will GME ever be $30 again? Probably. It's not dead. I'm just fucking with people. You're such an asshole, man. I'm stopped out of GME calls. Those are my Opex GME calls. Still made 5%. Letting everyone know that it will probably rip now. It could. Or maybe it'll just be when everyone decides to sell CCs in the afternoon tomorrow. Like in May. I like how you repeatedly suggest not to play cat puts, so the mass media claims that whales are betting on the downside. I mean, it doesn't matter if the whales are betting on the downside, right? It's just like they can afford to buy put leaps, you can't. Not with any decent leverage, at least. Spy rips, GME is coming with it. I mean, it's just a really slow afternoon. I still like the way GME looks for the day, though. Yeah, 193, like 193.80 something is resistance for cat. A big one. Upstart FTDs from the SEC data already closed out because of reg share requirements. No. No, they're not. Especially if they were marked long. And the SPY is getting really erratic is what it's doing. Is VIX moving up at all? A little bit. Oh, I hate potential Wednesday runs. God, I hate them. Actual runs or the potentials? Both? It's it's really not fun to have to wait till Wednesday for Opex. The SPX looks good. We just found a higher low, so two higher lows. If as long as we don't fail here, oh, I didn't like that. God, somebody buy this bullshit? There. That worked out. This is not Opex yet. I mean, we're in the settlement period for Opex. Give us a quick synopsis of the last couple hours. We started pushing up pretty hard into the hedge earlier. Then, we saw some call sign capitulation in the market, which dropped some pressure. I think calls are building back up again right now, but it's a little slow. Hopefully we start to get more leverage positions to the upside on like SPX and the rest of the indices. And we see more moves up, but right now, a little rough. Definitely a very rough middle of the day. Is Howell buy at these prices? Their earnings slightly beat estimates. I think so. I think Howell will do pretty well over the next. I'm long on it, but I think over the next like 3 quarters or so. Their earnings usually beat estimates. You jinxed it with Guybrush? Alright, I'll get rid of him, and if it turns around, then we know. How much rocket fuel to the market you think will be added by closing of the buyout blackout window? Enough to keep Opex run going? Gracias? Closing of the buyout blackout window? The what? What are you talking about? Can you please, for the sake of collective sanity, show people the GME on the 1 hour? Yeah. The share buyback blackout window for what company, though? What is Gamma Max on GME? 3150. I think we're at a crossroads here. A lot hangs on the earnings tomorrow. Either shorts actually close out and VIX goes to 25 tomorrow, or we're back above 30 and bear rally over. I agree that earnings are pretty important. I think you mean longs? Longs on the VIX closeout? Should put what on the screen somewhere? How long is the Opex settlement period? It goes through to the day tomorrow. quick, everyone use Google and Microsoft stuff to help earnings. Confident afternoon run based on options, etc. I mean, it looks okay for an afternoon run. If this is the extent of the midday pullback, then yeah, it looks pretty good. SPX didn't pull back below 38.25, so that's a very good outlook. When will the bleeding stop? I mean, the pullback's having its desired effect, right? It's causing longs to capitulate and pull their positioning. It's hitting their stops. It's hitting the stops for people on GME too. That's not correct, MW. Kenny G is going into cosmetics. He has a new body lotion made with organic mayonnaise and white Kenny milked from a bull. He's calling it Kenny's Organic Body Sauce with CBD. I'm looking for a retest of 38.10, 38.20 on SPX, 38.35 on ES to enter calls. I don't know if you'll get it, but I would probably enter like 38.25 on SPX or just below. That's my secret. I never have stops. You know, I've gotten stopped out in the early part of Opex runs before, so generally I don't set stops on my Opex positions until Wednesday. That's not a great idea. You can lose money. But I don't really care if I lose money on Opex. As long as I don't lose it all, it's fine. Did you shed Apple calls? No. I still have them. It's not a huge position. It's just like a few. Halton to close? No, that would be... If that was a thing, that would be tomorrow. But I don't think we have enough obligations that they would need to do that. Who's the tiny pickle with the stick? Stefan? His name's Stefan. P-H-T-E. P-H-E-N. Not you. You shut up. Hey dude, why down now? Is Opex dead? Am I dead? Are you dead? Ugh. Jesus Christ. Either wait for it to play out or sell your calls. I don't give a shit what you do. God damn it, Gaff. Why did RC move Opex? He didn't. He just keeps making the stock more and more liquid. New Opex, same old questions and comments. Yeah. I remember, you know what I remember most about May was everyone arguing with me that it was a no-pax and nothing was going to happen. And I was like, yeah, it doesn't look good, but don't sell covered calls. And then everyone sold fucking covered calls and then it ripped on Wednesday. And then everyone's like, ah, Gherk, I sold covered calls. All my shares are going to be assigned. You shut up. How dare you, Bert? is that Brat? That's Brat. Is that a fake mustache glued to that guy's face? In your PFP? We've officially arrived at the disparity horizon for Opex. It happens every single time. I know. Remember all the people that sold Monday in March? They like sold out of their call positions. They're like, fuck this. Opex is never happening. Can confirm I didn't sell a single covered call. That's because you can't, Gaff. It's official. Guybrush should be banished for life. I love the little motherfucker, but he's a voodoo omen from the backwoods of New Orleans with absinthe on his breath. Maybe we should just use him when we want the spy to tank. Just need RevRQ to go up 1,000%. Possible? Sure. I didn't realize it was a piece of paper, though. I thought it was just a mustache. Ascending scallop. Calm the fuck down, Stefan. The thing I remember is about May is you saying this isn't Opex, no volume the entire way up. It was a really shitty Opex. And I said, don't sell covered calls. Plus, if everyone sells calls too early, PyFi will have to sell his calls. We'll have nobody to sell his calls to after the run. Well, the market maker. I already have enough covered calls that there's no one to buy them. Green candle, this is Opex. Let's go. I love how everyone's mood immediately fucking flips. Pickle Union has never supported Guybrush and throws all their support behind Stefan and his 42 children. That is thank you so much, Pickle Union President. Chat bearish. This has to be an indicator. We go up now. People are fickle. What's the best way to keep up with what plays you're making in the market without annoying you with the repetitive questions every single day? Yeah, I write up like everything I'm playing at the beginning of every week. Why not sell covered calls? Why would I sell covered calls right now? I don't want to get assigned. Oh, you prick. I just don't play it anymore. Problem solved. Yeah, right? It's a high risk position with uncertain outcomes. Like, I give everybody like a million different plays that you could enter that are way safer, like Caterpillar, Sherwin Williams, Fubo, SPX positioning. Like there's so much that's just way less risky than trying to full port into Opex, but everyone just wants to full port into Opex. I swear to God, if you had the 5-minute up, you would call 97% of the special viewers. Fewer subscribers, sure, but think about your mental health. Yeah. Can you play us a song when we get back over 27? No, nobody gets a song today. No more songs. If you can't wait out the intraday lull, no songs for you. How's your Tinder game going? Not bad. I haven't been on top of it lately, but fine. I live in a big city. Good odds. I'm very proud of myself for drawing a SPY resistance support that's working. Says bullish. Nice. I have a very clear double bottom here. Yeah, Rev is super wrecked, man. It got delisted. It was a volatility play, hoping that it wouldn't get delisted. Then it got delisted. Now it's do you want to buy a bankrupt company and hope they turn it around to play? That's how the market works. Yeah, can't win them all. And to be fair, Rev had a lot of wins before a massive loss, but it's not fair to punish me for Moonwind's actions. I'll consider it if we can break 2750. You had me at bankrupt? What's that? You're buying Revlon outright? No. No, I'm absolutely not. So I buy the float of Revlon, I get to spend my life as Ron Perelman's bitch boy. Every time he wants to do something, I'm like, wait, I own 15% of the shares. My vote means something. And then he's like, fuck you, shut up. And then does whatever he wants. No. You say bankrupt, I say growth potential. Bankrupt equals the deepest fucking value. I mean, yeah, because you can get a shitload of shares, and if they do turn around, then at some point, you know, like, Revlon's not the first stock to be traded on OTC. I mean, it's not got a ton of potential, is the problem I kind of have with it. You know, Apple and AMD were OTC stocks once upon a time too. But they had a lot more potential, right? Well, I mean, yeah, they did. Is GME just tracking the SPY, or is call volume picking up? Well, call volume picks up anytime we have a green candle, because that's how retail works. Or anytime we have a small run, hit resistance, and pull back. Retail is very easily baited into buying calls. I think about long dated puts on CME. Thoughts on the technicals? Why, do you think all their fraud's gonna catch up with them? Like, here's my problem with that. I'm going out to the technicals right now, but my biggest problem with like a bear thesis on CME is we're probably gonna get a pretty hot commodities market in the next few quarters, right? And they're just gonna make shitloads of money in fees. I would say there's a good chance that it's found a bottom here for at least the time being. It'll come down with the market if we get another big leg down in the market though. Maybe like the 150 range. Use anything for real-time options data flow? I mean, yeah, I have it. It's just not that useful. Because in real time, unless you're like a market maker or something and you have like the exchange data, you're really not going to know what the positioning is. You're just watching like puts and calls flow in and out, but you don't necessarily know if they're long or short, or if they're a hedge or a leg of a larger position. I almost made 200% on my weeklies, then almost time to the bottom and have twice the exposure of profits. So no packs. Nice, dude. I should probably be paying attention to my weeklies. I bought some more of them. My Rev 35s are 0.25. Too cheap to create a sell order. Dude, honestly, I mean, can you not market sell them? Big VOPs and blown positions have been the most fun ever. Thanks so much. No problem, man. Thank you, Dominic. I'm still bullish. I follow the stats, and they say Wednesday is just as good as Tuesday. I mean, technically, there's a lower chance of an Opex on Wednesday than Tuesday. Like a run, at least. Well, I made 200%. Do you use anything for real-time flow? Why have GME November 35s not budged today? Up 1%. They've moved up. They were up earlier. They were up like a lot earlier. If we start breaking back above 27 again, they'll price up more. Do you think broker options data is good enough? Fidelity's is actually pretty good. What are your thoughts on bouncing out of that golden zone? It's pretty good. It's a nice bounce. I think we're starting to see a little more leverage get into place. Remember that like a lot of people don't want to buy a ton of calls into earnings, right? Like no one's super bullish on earnings potential for the mega caps this week. So we're not. I think we're still going to be waiting to see more leverage until those earnings have played out. The market's still, afraid, skittish. Bulls aren't coming in with any kind of force, right? They're coming in because, well, there's just not much else to buy, but And then, you know, you have the market maker deleveraging, which is just pushing up. And that's, you know, obviously driving the indices higher, but I agree with you. It's more often than not hard to decipher, but I think there's value in seeing it in real time, especially when large orders come in. Yeah, I don't disagree, but the effect of the large order usually has already happened on the price of the stock when you see it come in, right? It's good for like picking up trends, like if you see, you know, lots of consistent call buying or lots of consistent put buying or something like that, then it's not so bad. DJ Louis G, welcome to Cornishaw, man. Thank you so much. What are your thoughts on VIX finally falling? I mean, I've been short on it a while, so I'm pretty happy about it. When do you make a new pimento? We don't really have a big accumulation of options interest right now until out in like December, late December. So no pimento right now. Bull's not coming in aggressively. I'll have you know I placed a market order for an entire $48 this afternoon. I apologize, Pigeon Teeth Dan. Um, I didn't take that into consideration. Does this make sense? Lower the price equals more percent. High the price equals less percent. Here's what I think. I think on that push down, they probably pulled back some of the puts on GME at the 20, like 6, 27, 27.50 levels. And if they did, that means that, you know, we have a little bit, because we're moving up a little faster than I would have expected us to, with resistance in the same place it was. What's about the China pivot being greater than the Fed pivot? Once China ends their zero COVID policy, that's super bullish for the world economy. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. But there's other problems with China, right? They last night they were pushing banks to go out and buy equities in order to stem the sell-offs. You've got like a consolidation of power around G. I mean, there's issues. There's other issues that don't give investors a lot of confidence. And they're not very transparent with their financial data, right? Like people are still afraid to invest in China. Thinking of buying 11.4 calls on GME, but buy today or wait tomorrow so I won't lose overnight theta. 11.4s, buy today or wait until tomorrow. It's a good question. How would I handle that? I guess it would depend on how close to the money I was buying. Like if I was targeting 30, I might wait. If I was targeting, you know, like 27.50 or $28, then I might like go closer to the money, then I wouldn't feel so bad about getting in earlier. SPX on the 15 is looking delicious. It is, yeah. It's still doing very well. I'm out of a lot of my SPX position now though. I was kind of selling up into like 38.50 this morning. So I only have 20, I only have 20 3800s left, and then no, I'm out of the 3700s entirely. So, and then post earnings or maybe into earnings, that's tougher. I don't really know how much I want to leverage earnings. I think there's a potential that earnings aren't quite as bad as everyone expects, and then that's when we start to see some call leverage. So I was thinking about like a small position, maybe targeting like 4,000. It's super fucking greedy, I'm aware. But if it hits, the payout might be worth the risk. Mao 2.0. Yeah, he's probably not. The paper handing Opex calls on Tuesday because GME dropped $1 is worse than paper handing Pigeon Whale. I bought more weeklies on the dip. How are we looking for Opex? Are we still on track? No, we're right up against resistance, and if we fail, Nopex. If we break, Opex. It's the most frustrating price point we could possibly be at, and it makes people very skittish. Check out the short volume today, 76%. During March and May Opexes, we didn't break 60. Interesting. I mean, short volume's not really indicative of anything, but it's good to know. Is that off-exchange short volume? I mean, it's good if they're going and tapping the ETFs for more liquidity. So that could be a plus, considering they're already just so fucking illiquid. That's not how OPEX works. We just see huge volume due to the MM deleverage. Doesn't matter if the hedge is skewed, does it? I mean, it does, because we need to break their hedge needs to break down, right? If that hedge doesn't break down, then they're able to continue to contain price. That's not the only aspect of OPEX, but it's a big part of it. Yeah, SPX is ripping. Where are all the people that wanted to buy puts earlier? Show yourselves. That's kind of the point I'm making, though. Is if you just look at chat, you can see how everyone's reacting to like any negativity in the market at all, right? If the market isn't just full bull driving upwards, everyone's like, oh, that's it, it's over, time to buy puts. Yeah, Rev's moving up, I know. $27 on GME, a strong resistance. It wasn't so much earlier. We kind of just drove right through it, but it should be. There's 2750 is a stronger resistance, but that's changed over the course of the day, right? GME still looks fucking great, in my opinion. This looks awesome. Even Upstart looks really, like, all of this looks great. Even Fubo, I mean, Fubo obviously to a much lesser extent, but it looks really good too. I mean, Tesla's moving up. Everything's getting some pressure on it, you know, and we just need more put capitulation outside of the indices. Why did you get out of the majority of your SPX calls and you expect us to possibly hit 3,900 this week? Did your assumption on us hitting that change? Well, no. So first off, remember that a lot of my SPX calls were bought using profits from the like calendar straddles that I was building, right? So I had very low cost basis on them already. I was buying them at like 3,500. They were already up massively. They're going in the money. Their potential to like gain continued value is reduced, right? Once they're in the money, they can only increase intrinsically. So basically that. Also, I wanted to take some profits. I still have, I don't know, like half my 3800s left. The 3700s are expiring on 11/4. You know, I also bought those sub 3600. 30, well, I bought those sub 3620 actually. So, I mean, yeah, you've got to take some profits. And then earnings coming up isn't not a risk. There's still a risk there. I mean, if we see a lot of, you know, big downgrades and reduced expectations, it's like, you know, that could prompt some equity sell-off. And remember, an equity sell-off doesn't give a shit about row or the market maker deleverage, right? It'd just be selling off of equities. So, you know, if Apple comes in and revises and pulls in their margins, fucking, it could do a lot of damage. I don't think it's gonna like crash the market, but I'm not gonna risk all of my profits on that potential. I don't think they'll be bad, but earnings is a gamble. Thoughts on how BBBY is looking? It's looking fine. It's moving up with everything else. I worry about its potential to hit Gamma Max with the share offering still kind of waiting, right? They need to offer shares at a higher price than it's currently trading at. And what shorts are doing on BBBY is they're suppressing the price. So they suppress the price to prevent the company from getting liquidity or getting money from their own equity, right? So, you know, this is where they want to buy. Shorts drive the price below that, and then the company can't get that capital they need with that equity sell-off. And if BBBY is able to push up above those shorts, then the company needs to sell equity. They need to make that, they need to realize that offer, right? So it really caps the upside potential a lot. If their share offering was completed, I'd feel more comfortable with their potential. Oh, I woke up from my alarm clock. I just turned it off and then went back to sleep. What expiry are you going to look at for the 4,000 play? Maybe December's. Maybe just November's again, actually. I think if it happens, if we do get that run, it'll happen pretty fast. Like next couple weeks. Well, economic data is kind of not there isn't a lot of economic data, right? Until we get to the Fed rate increase. Which we don't have, that's, you know, next week. Sometimes earnings are good, but the stock dips. That's pretty rare. Or earnings is bad, but the stock rips. That's also like your opinion of the earnings, right? You have to. There's a lot of bias when people read earnings reports. If a stock's dipping on good earnings, there's something about those earnings that's not super bullish. Or someone else sees a problem with, right? Where's the best place to learn about market maker hedging and leveraging in the market? Any books? Not really. Not a lot at all. There's a lot of academic papers that you can read. They tend to be very out of date, but they are available. You only make the best kind of bad decisions. I just make great decisions that people don't agree with. Tell Dalio congrats on selling the bottom. Any potential the share offering has been completed and not announced? Very, very unlikely. Jimmy, inverse head and shoulders? Yeah, it is. I gotta run back to the baby or nap in a few minutes. What are expectations over the next few days? Continued upside pressure. Or looking to exit calls around here and sell covered calls soon. I don't know if I'm gonna exit calls right away. I might close my weeklies today and then like reopen them tomorrow, depending on how much we push up into the end of the day. But I'm liking this recovery so far. Now we're starting to edge through 27, which is a good sign. We'll see if the bulls come back and start buying calls again on GME. Upstart's pretty stable. I like that it didn't move down a lot. I'm not a big fan of the fact that it didn't move up a lot here. But there's still internalizers on NASDAQ. You don't have a DMM, but you have automated internalizers. I'm actually surprised how long Upstart's been on RegShow, given that it is a NASDAQ listing. For us to have an Opex, we need bullish momentum to build. We don't need bullish momentum to build so much as we need either them to capitulate, which they do every once in a while, like March and May, or we need lots of pressure, like June or July, right? I think June and July are a very good example of what happens when retail just buys shitloads of calls, but there was no exposure. They weren't buying those calls into a counter position, right? They were just buying calls. I think this is a good example of what happens when retail's not buying a lot of calls, but they're trying to protect themselves from the upside. I don't think they want to run it yet, but I do think they're very short on liquidity. So they may need it to run a little bit, but with retail interested now, right? Retail call buying's picking up. If they run it, it's going to run big, right? And I think they don't want a big run. They just want to simply get some liquidity and then try to carry this out into November. Dalio was probably buying the bottom while he was telling retail to sell the bottom on national TV. I wouldn't be surprised. I increased my leverage so much that my port almost looks like a straight line up. Nice. Dalio for selling the bottom. I thought you were only short-term bullish, long-term bearish. I am. Do you think the market tanks hard after the Fed 11-1-2 meeting or after November CPI print? That depends on the November CPI print, right? If inflation is showing more signs of slowing, November CPI print's just more bullishness. I mean, there's really two scenarios I see playing out here. Core inflation continues to accelerate into the end of the year, causing the Fed to be even more hawkish than they've already, said they're going to be. And that can trigger a big pullback into the end of the year. Or I think we wait for Q4 earnings and revised outlooks weighted on this year's earnings. Right now, a lot of earnings potential is still being weighted against last year's earnings in the bull market, right? Don't forget that how those estimations are made. So I think quarter 4 and quarter 1 earnings are obviously going to be projecting significantly less growth across several sectors. And then, you know, the other alternative is, you know, we see core inflation slow. The Fed announces they're not going to hike. They're not going to hit the target rate into the end of the year, right? And they'll go for the aggressive rate into the beginning of next year. And that's really bullish. That's going to cause a surge up. Remember, futures are pricing in like a risk-free rate of like 4.26 or a Fed rate of 4.26%. 4.28%, right? So, you know, a lot of what the Fed could do in the next couple months is already mostly priced in. Like there's no surprises out of the Fed. But if there is a surprise out of the Fed, then yeah, we could see a lot of downside. Otherwise, yeah, we could continue up maybe into the end of the year. Then we see like big sell-offs for taxes and then, you know, downgraded earnings, you know, and well, revised earnings expectations and downgrades on corporate debt into the beginning of next year. And I think next year, Q1, Q2 is where we're most likely to see a bottom of the market, providing no outside catalyst crashes everything. Right? I mean, there are catalysts, but they're tempered right now. The issue with gilts in England, the yen, China's buying equities up. So, you know, a lot of work is being done to prevent crashes anywhere where, you know, these things flame up. You know, they're being immediately addressed. It is really risky, however, for the Fed to go too hard on the rate increase, and this is why I think they may pull back into December. They may go. They'll probably go ahead with the 0.75 now, but they could even pull back now and pull back again in December, and then go harder into Q1, Q2 next year because of dollar liquidity issues. Because you know, if there is a serious problem in dollar liquidity, the Fed is going to have to step in with some QE. Right? I think they're prepared to do that regardless. So, you know, you just kind of pay attention and take the track that's most likely, right? Do we start going back up after Guybrush went off the screen? Forget my logical, well thought out thesis. Yeah, fuck that. Clearly Guybrush's fault, I'm guessing. Although we haven't Opex yet. They said they're targeting another 1% before end of year. Well, they're supposed to target 1.25, right? So we might get 0.5 for November, which is really bullish. But then November CPI could show growth in core, and then they're gonna bump December to 0.75 again, right? And that's gonna create a little shock. Here's the risk if they slow down too much, and this is why they won't stop or pull back too hard on their, like, maybe 0.25, sure. I think they have some flexibility in that range, but they're not going to pull back hard or stop rate increases, because if core accelerates beyond their ability to contain it, then they have to move rates really fast, right? So if they pull back 0.25, they take the risk of having to go like 1.5 in the next month. And if they do that, then that's going to create a shock, which is exactly what they're trying to avoid. They're trying to avoid shocking the market with rapid rate increases. Otherwise, they would have just done like, you know, 20% up front and fuck it. And just, you know, wait till it resolves itself. Why aren't OPEXing yet? Because the long institutions watching this don't know whether or not they should buy calls yet, because they aren't hearing the Pickle Vup song or I Can Be Green. I don't think Pickle Vup and I Can Be Green are, you know, institutional indicators on when to buy calls. But I guess we can find out. Everyone's been bullish for 30 minutes now, so...
Pickle, 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 pickle.
Yeah, I expected the SPX to move up pretty quickly. Once we started to get that market maker hedge deleverage started to pick up steam. Poker DJ, you promised me we wouldn't have to listen to this anymore today. You promised me 2560 on GME. I want my own cat with horns and glasses. Sorry. What's the antonym for anthropomorphized? Like bestowing animal traits onto a human versus bestowing human traits onto an animal or inanimate object. My rev calls are up 4,900%. When I try to sell, it instantly drops to my ask. Please explain. I have no idea. It sounds like an issue with your brokerage. You maybe call them. My rev calls are worth 3 cents. So any instructions on how to upgrade memberships? I'm having issues. I have no idea. I think there's like a button and you click it and then that takes you to another like window and then there's options there and then you click those. If you got a free membership, you might have to do it on PC instead of on your phone. Furifying. Tell JFresh not to play with people's emotions. We're real people with families. Oh, he doesn't care. Zoomorphization? Zoomorphism. Thank you so much, Jen the librarian. Let me get a shush. I'm not a fucking centaur. Very good, Jen. Just practicing. Just practicing. I dealt with my upgrading my membership for a while because there's no way to do it on the YouTube app, to my knowledge, but use a desktop and go to your membership and it will have a button to upgrade. Yeah, I don't know why. It's just annoyingly difficult. The change membership button is grayed out. Weird. Fuck JFresh. He's just a nerd cat and cats are pussies. Wait, I thought you were bearish. You've got to make up your mind, Walken. If you're not a centaur, how do you explain your vascular hog? Well, that's my friend. He's just veiny. And I didn't want him to be sold on the commodities market. So vascular was a better look than lean. Lean hogs get butchered for bacon. On YouTube, go to the membership and click the one you want. It would only charge you for the upgrade fee instead of the full fee. So wait, Bithead's Cornichon gifting is same like Dillionaire coupon? Interesting. Am I foolish for mostly just day trading this market? I mean, there's really big profits to be made if you can time swings, right? Because it's a bear market and it's volatile. But being full cash and just being in day to day isn't the worst. I'm not gonna say it's foolish. The fuck are you smoking? I'm half bull. JFresh is just a cat. All right, Mr. Devil's Advocate. He is a cat, but you know, with his catness comes, you know, you have to deal with his flighty emotional state. Guybrush gone. Dad admitting he's a centaur. I did not. And SPX doing ups. Turns out Guybrush was the omen all along. SPX reestablishing intraday highs has me feeling some kind of bullish. It looks good for this afternoon. I'm excited. So hold on to Opex calls if we hover around 27. I don't know. No, I don't own a restaurant. Make School of Stock an actual school. You're Dean Pickle? Well, I'll take federal student loans. Just full port into GeoMe and then file for loan forgiveness. My major would be buying the peaks. Like Trump University. Tyler, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, man.
Happy birthday, Gurk.
I'm gay with my dad again, Pi-Fi. Welcome back.
But we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go.
See, JFresh, yeah, that's kind of JFresh's deal. Very cat-like. He constantly wants attention, but he doesn't want to show you that he wants it. So anytime JFresh is saying anything, the first question you should ask is JFresh seeking attention and validation? Everyone has their weakness. There is a concerted effort to drive me away from the stream. That's not true. I don't want to drive you away from the stream, but I will be using Guybrush to short SPX in a few weeks. Will you let us know if they drop volatility, please? Last time I got whooped. The best way to protect yourself from that is to have stops. Do you know GM for Bobby? It's like $11. How dare you? Well, I mean, if Guybrush is making us money, he's making us money. But the dude knows how to sink a ship. I don't know what to tell you. This is way worse than Fred's day. We'll see. Maybe he just needs to redeem himself. We'll give him another chance tomorrow, alright, JC? But today people were too scared of the dip. Is Banana Man boofing a pickle? Not intentionally. Hey man, I had a guy ask me, what instrument did you use to trade today? What the fuck does that mean? I paid you to retain my credibility. Please answer, what the fuck does he mean by instrument? I mean, like, SPX or ES, SPY, those would all be considered instruments to trade the S&P 500, right? He could be more specifically like shares or options. He could mean something more advanced, like swaptions or swaps. The thing which facilitates your exposure. The instrument I used today is a skin flute. Congratulations, Chucky Seki. Swaptions are a real thing. Tell him you have an ISDA. Today I loaded up on Jade Rollers and Jade Lizards. Nice. You know what's terrible is traders are easily the worst fucking people in the world. They're argumentative. They always think they're right. Um they're not fun to hang around with because they're always depressed about losing money on something. And then like I've just created an entire community of them, which maybe was a terrible idea. Huh. Now look in the mirror and say that. Never. Swaptions? Will I find it in my options as a strategic investment book? I don't remember if they cover them. I don't think so. They're not retail tradable. I'm starting strength training with it so I can lift it. Yeah, guys, make sure if you plan on picking up options as a strategic investment that you're get a physical from your doctor before attempting to lift the book. Traders seem like lawyers, always argumentative and always angry about money. Yeah, yeah, similar. So a long time trying to figure out how to remain a decent person after I moved to full-time trading. Learning to control your stress levels and not let it out on other people is important. Oh, absolutely. I'm not a trader, I'm a speculator. Are these Jimmy drops from 27 bullish? What? Oh, the drop back to 27? It's nothing, really. I think today will continue to be more influenced by the market than anything else, which looks good to continue its uptrend. More upside tomorrow is unlikely. Not necessarily. We can definitely run on a Wednesday. I'd prefer we didn't. I don't like that setup. I don't like carrying that risk overnight into the third day of T+2, which I know is very confusing for people, but it's a real thing. However, since the price isn't dropping dramatically and we're not seeing a move that would indicate that pressure has broken down, then I would say there is not a lot of other choices. There's not too many other options. I mean, you don't have to have exposure to Opex, but if you're gonna have exposure to Opex, yeah, it continues to hold potential for Wednesday. It's okay, I make more than I lose because job, not because trade good. I don't see that's what's weird for me is I don't really get stressed out about trading. Like you win some, you lose some. Hopefully you win more than you lose and you're good. Gurk, I have a problem and need my help. I need help. My wife keeps bringing me home Magnum condoms, but I don't know how to tell her I shoved my Richard and the twins in there to fill it up. Does Lewis Hamilton have a chance? I don't know. I don't understand any of your like pop culture references at all. I don't pay attention to entertainment. I don't even know who Lewis Hamilton is. Stop shoving your dick and balls into condoms. Just use a smaller condom. They sell those novelty ones at Spencer's. Just pick them up. You'll be okay. Lewis Hamilton is an F1 driver. Is that like that's the cars with the wheels that aren't inside the car, right? The outside wheels? Like they look like go-karts, right? Yeah, okay. How significant is low to no available shares to borrow for upwards price action? Not very. We'd want to see the borrow rate increasing, probably more than anything. The borrow rate increasing on these stocks that are very illiquid is bullish because it means that they've turned in desperation to the last possible source of liquidity for the underlying stock, right? Are you holding Apple 170s into earnings, or did you cut them already? No, I'll just hold them into earnings. I don't give a shit. They're not up, so I might as well. Oh, they are up. Maybe I should sell them. 5% gains? Maybe I wait for the end of the day. See what Cenas has in store for me. Retail visible share borrowing, like payday loan and car title. Yeah, our visibility into lending pools is minimal, right? But the rate gives us some visibility. It doesn't tell us what the rate doesn't tell us is how much it actually costs to borrow the stock. What the rate tells us is if it's going up, more people are borrowing it. If it's going down, fewer people are borrowing it, right? So, we can use the correlation to gain insight into something that we don't have data for, which is sometimes the best we get as retail investors. Does anyone have a link to the Discord server? For months, the one on stream says it's expired for me. Oh, really? Here, ah. How many days can Opex last? It depends on how hard it pumps. It can last, you know, T plus 6. It can last T plus 8. JFresh lied last night about what? His sinus? I don't think he's ever lied about it. He's always been very upfront and honest about his sinus. Strange. TDA says RevRQ is 184. WeBull says 173. I've got... current price 186. Remember, OTC is over the counter, broker to broker, so every broker will have a different price. Is Fubo being suppressed? Yes, quite a bit, actually. Fubo is being slowly entered or penetrated by long funds, if you will. And they don't like the price to go up when they're buying. There's not very many shorts at 38.50. I don't know, the market maker's pricing up IV pretty hard on the upside of $27. They're just pricing it down on the downside of $27. More calls go in the money, more risk, right? If Nopex, do you see GME dropping to 20 before November? Only if we start to see the borrow rate go up. When will we know which long funds are entering Fubo? When they file their reports. Dirk, you often suggested people learn by paper trading, and I agree it's safest, but learning with real money is the only way to develop emotional detachment to gains and losses. I disagree, actually. I think paper trading for long periods of time kind of dulls your interest in what's going on and makes it easier to trade real capital without you know, having heightened emotion. Hedge is making sweet, gentle love to Fubo while it's sleeping, in other words. No, they've stepped on its face and lubed it up. For those of us that got stopped out, is tomorrow morning a good entry for day trading Opex, assuming we stay flat or go down today? Yeah, could be. Provided we don't have a lot of volatility into close. It's not 27's not critical margin. It's a break point though. Safe to hold November 18, 35 Cs. Yeah, I mean they're not getting beat up too much. Oh, I mean, they're up. They're not going to lose like a ton of theta overnight. A little bit, but for me at least, worth the risk. Does anyone know if there's any disadvantage if I let IBKR lend out my shares? I understand I can call them back at any time. You can't sell covered calls, so you're taking a much lower yield for your share lending. Oh, but you also don't have to manage it. Say that sexier, please. What? Oh, that's the kind of crazy you like. No, sometimes. Is EPAM near any range where you'd want to short it again? I'm long on EPAM right now, so no, it's not currently. Although I don't expect it to rally as hard as it did previously, because I think Nasdaq's not doing that well. Nasdaq's performance is declining, and relative to like IWM and Dow. I don't think that'll affect EPAM's earnings, but it's affecting their valuation a bit. If you bought more Rev 35s, is that a cheap gamble? No, I wouldn't buy fucking options on an OTC company ever. I'm just holding them. If they spike, I'll sell them. If they don't, I won't. How do I add OTC trading to my IB account? Do I just call them? Yeah, you can just call them. I don't think there's any charge or anything. You just have to turn it on. I cancel cover calls and lend them out? Usually not, no. Or at least I don't think so. I don't know. I have share lending turned off on all my accounts, but I'm pretty sure if your shares are currently lent, you cannot sell covered calls against them. Or at least you can't use them as collateral, right? Because of the settlement times. So you recall it's T+2, but you sold, like, or your risk is exposed, and if there's an overlap there, it would create like a margin call. I've been away for a week or so. What's going on with Opex, and do you expect anything recently? I mean, we're pressuring the point of the resistance that we need to in order to continue moving up. So it looks bullish. With the market rising, we're continuing to apply pressure there. Hopefully that continues. If it doesn't, then no packs, and they simply need more obligations, and we're waiting till November. What would be a more mature reaction to recent community developments? Vow of silence, hunger strike, or going full caw? I think hunger strike would be best, but we get to taunt you with food pictures. I said I'd bring him back tomorrow. Your protest is going to be very short-lived. What's the copium case for RevRQ? Is it a quick listing with Nasdaq? I don't think that's going to happen, honestly. I think the best copium for Revlon is, they get through their omnibus hearings without too much infighting, and quickly renegotiate their current debt, and continue operations. Probably looking at minimum, I would say, minimum 6 month to 1 year holding time before a relisting would even be on the table. I just don't think they're going to get one. I think NASDAQ could probably deny them at this point. Or a buyout, but those may not work in your, like, necessarily. They may not work a lot in your favor. If you have margin, IBKR will let you. Yeah, but you're leveraging it against your margin, right? Can bad earnings affect SPY GME? Of course, yeah. Official October Opex question count 219. Thank you so much, Mike CCs, for keeping track of that. Have you thought about emailing Mrs. Perelman and asking if her papa can recall his shares already and squeeze Rev into Valhalla? Provided he's lending them out, right? Do you have to turn off share lending to sell covered calls? If you don't, you're selling you're selling naked calls essentially. Best case is acquisition. I said that. I said a buyout would be, or yeah, acquisition or a buyout. We don't want them to go private. Privatization could be bad. Because Perelman has so much control over the majority of shares. Yeah, an acquisition would be good. But I don't think anyone wants to buy their debt until it's negotiated down, right? I would imagine the acquisition offers could come flooding in if they get their debt renegotiated. If Jimmy Nopex is November 11th, the best, safest date for covered calls? No, hold on. There's some risk there. If they make it through this period without any significant price action, or with very little significant price action, right? Say we only test like 30 and then fall back down. They're gonna have to do that with the aid of ETF liquidity, which means that we'll be dealing with, ETF, and they've already used some in the previous month, a lot actually. So I would imagine the ETF FTDs are going to be much higher for the month of November, early November. So you can sell, I think you can sell into the 11th. Hold on, I'll just do the count now so people know. Give me a second. I'll tell you where the September expiration ETF FTDs fall. When was September Opex? It was the 17th, right? 16th. Okay. So September ETF FTDs will begin on Thursday, November 3rd, and they will carry out through Friday the 11th. Peaking probably on T3, or the third day of that period. Soft pitch, but can we ego trim Papa Perelman into recalling his shares? I doubt it. Can you draw a superstitious triangle for old time's sake? This is an ascending wedge. Maybe, well, you could look at it either way, I guess. It's either an ascending wedge or just an uptrend.
Hey, you little stock investor, you. Come on over here. I got something to show you. I think you might like it.
Let me show you my secret scenes. Promise you won't tell a soul, cause I feel so good inside your whole market. Ain't free and fair. ETF creation, bona fide market maker makes my secret scene this hard.
I don't believe that. I mean, Veterans Day doesn't affect Opex. Thanksgiving shouldn't affect Opex. Because it falls after. I mean, why would he want to recall his shares until after he's renegotiated his debt? Right? Like, they're just not going to do anything until they have new terms on their debt. If GME opens around 27.50, what would be a decent strike to buy tomorrow AM? Provided it opens in this range, I would say like probably 30 still. 30 is the best bet, right? Because that's where the majority of the negative leverage is at. So if we're going to test anything, we'll probably test 30. That's where most of the call interest is, right? And if we're going to break through a strike, it's 30 is the important one. If you've been watching Gamma Max, you know it's drifting towards 30 because that's where all of that call buying is so focused. How much of your cat position do you still have? Quite a bit of it, actually. I'm probably going to sell some off today. Like a good chunk, like the in the money part. I think I'm just going to close it out. Well, sorry, it's all in the money, I think. I don't have any 200 strikes. So I will close 165s, 170s, 180s, and 185s, and I'll leave 190s open. I mean, we still look very good for OPEX price action. So yeah, I mean, unfortunately, tomorrow is still on the table. I wish it wasn't. It's much easier when we run on Tuesday and it's easy to confirm it. You check out the chart in general chat on the Discord. The flow chart, I saw it. It's very funny. I know last year, Thanksgiving didn't have an effect on OPEX. Like, OPEX was still realized, although realized very fast. Wasn't Cat Jan 180s? Hmm. I don't know. I don't have any Jan 180s. I have November 165, 170, 175, and 180. I have December 185 and 190. So, no. No, I won't be closing those. I think I'm going to close everything for November, basically. I might keep the 185s and the 190s open for December. Maybe that's how I'll do it. Kirk will be single-handedly hit the Dow tomorrow AM. I don't know about that. I covered cross basis Jimmy calls. The price is around 27.60. Still have a couple dozen at near the money calls left, and use the premium to sell puts expiring next week on Fubo for an easy 5%. Nice, man. Congratulations. Good job. That's how you do it. Sometimes it's boring, but just keep making money. What are your plans to cut the November 18, 3800 SPX calls? Wait out this week or wait for a test of 3900? I have no risk in the position anymore at all. I mean, I can wait. Not only do I have theta, I have no risk. So yeah, I'm willing to wait it out. It is easy for it to run tomorrow, but I'm sure there are others like me who feel better about holding tomorrow since we're at least green today. True. Yeah. I mean, it's not unfair. I'll probably reduce my like weekly exposure. Man, if I sell these fucking Apple calls and Apple rips, I'm gonna be so pissed. But they're such bad calls. I mean, like they were just for this, right? They were just for like a small bump. Really gotta think that one through. I mean, Ivy's gonna crush either way, right? Cat 190 for December still have some potential. Yeah, I think so. I mean, they're already up a lot, so. What's up with Rev? It's delisted, it's running. OTC is volatile. Upstart Jans are just hanging out waiting for IV to show up. This feels ominous, but I'm patient. I mean, as long as Upstart stays on Reg Show, I don't think you have to. I'm not worried about my January position at all. The November position I have on Upstart is strictly for Opex. If October Opex doesn't occur, I'm gonna close that out. I'm gonna take that money and move it out to farther dated, or I'll use it to average down as we approach November Opex. So I use it to average down my Decembers and my Januaries as we approach October Opex. Or I'll just close everything, but I don't like doing that because the risk of upside at any moment. Yep, I know. You can't go broke selling for profit. This is very accurate. Apple's expected to report earnings on 10/27. I know, but I'm just worried about a pullback. I'm not so worried about the volatility. But, SPY's running out of a little bit of room here, and other nasty earnings could pull down on the market before then. So let me get this straight. We don't know if we're OPEXing or not. Not yet. I mean, we're looking very good. We're pushing up into that hedge, but we haven't broken it. So until we break that hedge or the puts capitulate, we don't know. It's right there. I mean, we're just got to see if it happens. If we get enough pressure, we could. If we don't, then we gotta wait till we have more pressure. Is there confusion about when Apple's earnings are? Apple's earnings are on the 27th at night, after market close on the 27th. What's the hedge? Pretty negative gamma from like 26 through 28.50, and then a lot of negative gamma at 30. So we need upward pressure to force some of that to capitulate, and then the stock can run. If we don't have a lot of ups from here, potential sideways or down until November 3rd FTDs. Yeah, and then after ETF FTDs, they can go down further, right? Because then they get some liquidity. If Upstart goes off reg show, how does that change the plan for your Jan calls? It doesn't, because the obligations will still be there. So if it goes off reg show with no significant price action, right, then the obligations will still be hanging out. So it doesn't change my Jan plan too much, but I would prefer that, obviously, that we see Upstart run while on reg show. That's very important. And for now, they've been unable to get it off reg show. I'd imagine the position is compounding because the market is rising and they are short. No liquidity is being restored to Upstart, but liquidity is being used, right? That pulls the bow back further. Have you talked about a DKNG Fubo partnership? I think DKNG's partnered with someone else. It'd be interesting if they partner. Obviously, that would be a huge advantage to Fubo. Do you think if we break 28.50, we will run to 30? Yes. I think that the gamma's really flat between 28.50 and 30. So upside movement's pretty easy. Also, the acceleration from breaking 28.50 and possible put capitulation or call capitulation, sold call, long put, could drive prices through 30, right? It could be sufficient for us to break 30. Strangest at 26 in the Apple stock app last night. I can check their investor relations page if the brokers are giving the wrong info. Fourth quarter results, October 27 at 5 p.m. Eastern. All we need is for RC to tweet to break the hedge. I mean, yeah. It gets super stock going. They have power in numbers they don't realize. If GME stays above 26, 27, but below 30, is that enough for some decent T+2 action? We'll get a little boost on pressuring that hedge tomorrow from Friday's price action, hopefully. Or, some of that already played out today. We'll see. Tesla could keep running. Tesla's had a pretty decent run today. So, ooh, SPX is breaking up again. Do you think there's a chance they've covered all their obligations? No. What do you mean? They haven't covered any fucking obligations currently. There's been no covering. This is just hedging and active fund pressure. I'm guessing this makes you confident the vol shorts are back. I'm definitely confident that the volatility shorts are back. The question is have they built up sufficient obligations for us to run because of their positioning yet? And that's still up in the air. We can't directly measure, how many obligations they've created. We can see like some of the liquidity and the effect on that liquidity. But it doesn't give us like a numerical value, right? Where we can be like, okay, above this value, they definitely have to cover. And if you look even at the liquidity, there's kind of a case for both. Like when we ran in May, liquidity wasn't nearly as bad as it is now. But liquidity now is very similar to what liquidity looked like into the end of February. So it's up to them if they decide to cover now, if they're pressured and they cover now, or if they could drag it out a little longer. Right? So the setups are still, it's still determined by if they want to cover or not. It's not critical margin. Nope, you got it all backwards, Velvet Jupiter. And I haven't been doing this for 3 years. What are external factors that put them under pressure to cover now? So they may have to cover early because the market is rising. The market is rising and people are buying calls on GME, which puts quite a lot of pressure on them. Now, they don't have to fully capitulate like March, but they may have to a little bit just in order to get enough liquidity to drive it back down again and turn the hedge around. We've seen GME break up before on Opexes where pressure was high. It doesn't happen every time, but it does happen sometimes. Why are you in support of G's? It's G, XI, not Yi. Recent actions? I'm not. Hey, Hedges, I just sold CCs. It would be too bad if you would run it now. Do it. Why would the market rising increase their marginable securities? Well, they're short, right? They're short volatility, but they're short volatility on like hundreds and hundreds of stocks. And if volatility shoots up during a period when they're not prepared to, hedge against that rise in volatility, it would be very, very bad for their margin, right? Fubo put wall moved? Is it? It might be rolling up. Fubo looks very nice into the end of the day. At least it got some CNS action. It's not really margin, it's just have they hedged for an increase in volatility or have they not? When was the latest we've experienced OPEX covering? Technically one time on a Thursday. No one knows how that happened, but that was March OPEX. I think it was just because like everything was just so stacked up, it just burst. But any other OPEX all the way back into like 2020, Wednesday is the latest. I think I can't remember which one in 2020 was on Wednesday, but there was one on Wednesday in 2020, and then February 2021 and May 2022. They have no reason to halt it into close today. They don't need to kick out obligations today. Tomorrow, sure. SPY broke 385. Or, well, SPX did. SPX breaking 3860. Cat got scared you were going to sell and decided to run again. Yeah, I'm still going to probably dump a little bit before close. I don't have that many contracts. Thanks for all you do. I just took 100% gains on SPY and Cat monthlies. Fuck yeah, man. That's awesome. Two ran on Wednesday in 2021. What was the other one? August was on Tuesday. November started on Friday and ran into Tuesday. Yeah, February Opex is the only one that started the run on Wednesday. And the money open call interest is 1.6 million shares now. That's good. Oh, look at them trying to stuff it. See, this is what I don't like, is that they're too freely able to stuff the effect of active funds, because this move on SPX is like has pretty decent volume, right? And it's moving up Upstart, which, you know, has a little more pressure than GME right now. Barely, but GME is just static, right? Like, they're just internalizing the fuck out of everything. That I don't like. I would say we already started the run. You could. We are up 10% today. It's very small, though. And volume-wise, tiny, right? What's your favorite way to get a good night's sleep? Oh, you don't know me very well, do you? Yeah, I don't really sleep much. I work until I'm so exhausted I can't keep my eyes open anymore, and then I sleep for like 3 hours and start it again. What about an after hours run today? Realistic possibility? I mean, pressure's high, sure, but not without like an announcement or some sort of news. Is there current GME internalization bullish for next month? I mean, if we don't run this month, then yes. Here's the deal. I'm not seeing a lot of liquidity generated, right? A little bit generated today, but not much. Not nearly a sufficient amount to get GME, you know, very liquid. I don't really know how to show this to you guys. What's the best way to do this? So, like in May, am I doing that wrong? Oh, that's why. Okay. Yeah, I don't really know if there's a way to show that. It's useful. Let me see. Hold on. I don't know why it's that color. Oh. Let me see if I can kind of work with this and show you guys what I mean. All right. So if you look at liquidity at the peak of the March run, right? Liquidity on GME very, very high, right? Like lots and lots and lots of liquidity at the top of the Opex run there. Right. And then, immediately they short it back down. And then in May, you see them kind of like stair stepping the liquidity back up. And then, they short again into June, and June gives them back a little bit of liquidity. Right. And you kind of see them playing with the liquidity in this narrow range as they try to avoid, hold on. See if I can kind of draw on this and show you guys. So you see in this range, liquidity kind of cycles up and down, but they ensure that they don't get too illiquid, right? Like we never get as illiquid again as we did like down here in May, right? Until now when they start stepping in and really shorting hard, and we see that. Sorry, I'm trying to like draw on this, but it's offset. We see that happening a lot here in the period following August, right? So they de-risk the basket right here, and they get some liquidity back, and then they use that to slam the price down into where we are now, right? Up until like the Opex expiration this week, which is right here. That's the Opex expiration. And you see they've already gotten back some liquidity today, but not a lot, right? We're still at the bottom. Right now, we're still at the bottom of where we were liquidity-wise in, June and July. And, we're a little bit above the low in May, but they haven't recovered, a significant amount of liquidity. And if you expect that like the target range for that liquidity is, the peaks of March or August, then we still have quite a lot of ways to go, right? We do short vol in a way when we sell covered calls on the tops of these runs, right? When volatility is high. But because they have restored that little bit of liquidity, I wonder if that will be enough to carry them over into into like November. Because they'll get a little bit of liquidity back on the ETF FTDs also, right? And if they can if they can sustain themselves on that liquidity without tapping into the lending pool, then and they really haven't tapped the lending pool, right? Where our borrow rate's still under 10%. So you're saying there's a chance. There's a chance, but there's also a chance they carry it out another month. I think both of those need to be considered. Like if we're unable to break this hedge to the upside, they're gonna absolutely try to drag this out. Is that a liquidity indicator on TradingView or anywhere we can see it? No. Do they have less of an ability to push Upstart out due to reg show? Yes. Upstart is much more illiquid than GME. I absolutely despise this Opex. I do too. I really just I'm stoked on it, but I don't like the idea that we're kind of so uncertain in their positioning, right? What's the liquidity of the calls on me visiting Kava tomorrow? You know, no one wants to make a market on it, but I full ported into it anyway. Fuck the spread. It's gonna happen. He said it's unwise to trade earnings by keeping any long positions open. Aren't we playing earnings by default? Google and Microsoft have the ability to tank the market. They don't have the ability to tank the market. They do have the ability to have an adverse effect on the market. How is Upstart more illiquid? Well, first of all, it has a float that's significantly smaller. It's on reg show, which means that the sources of liquidity are trimmed. Mostly that. Higher insider ownership. GME is trading a free float of like 250 something million shares. Upstart's trading a free float of 69 million shares. So, much more like GME before before the split. Yes, Upstart is 69.69 million share free float. I know. Ha 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 ha. $994 likes. Ah, the worst. I cut my GME weeklies near the top. Push it back down to 21, 22 before November Opex. If they can get liquidity, right? They need liquidity to continue shorting. So they got a little bit today, not a lot. That would need to carry them out through ETF FTDs, which are start next week, but really don't peak until the following week. So ETF FTDs start on Thursday of next week. If they can then run it a little more and get some liquidity there, then they've got maybe enough liquidity to carry them through November Opex. That's all this is. All of these stocks, they're just a game of pulling liquidity out and putting it back in. I wrote a fucking DD on this. I tried to explain to everyone. I mean, God forbid that, you know, Bobby or GME are just the same as hundreds of other stocks who've had their volatility shorted, but they are. GME has an advantage in that, you know, it has a solid base of buyers. Thank you, Carl. Carl loves that DD. I just want to, someone take one for the team and place a grossly negligent GME CC order that fills immediately. Meh. So if no Opex for October, then when to sell CCs? Probably tomorrow, after T+2 is over. But we don't know, like, we don't know if there's no Opex yet. That's a great one. Reread it the other day with new eyes. No problem, Bob. Thanks, man. It takes I think it takes a couple read-throughs before people really get it. It's a lot of very complex information that I'm trying to distill down into a way that people can understand. We're up 10% and you say no Opex. People are very, very willing to be bearish right now. It's not a bull market. Who's saying to fear options and DRS your shares, right? Of course. So if no Opex, why volume spikes across the board today? On a day we targeted higher volume due to Opex. So we still have volume due to Opex, but that doesn't mean that we're going to have a break, you know, and a drive for liquidity that we're looking for in Opex. All Opexes have some effect. Some have more effect than others, right? Chat FUD confirms run. Maybe. All right, I'll cut a few cat calls. Hold on one sec. Sorry, guys. I need to look at something here. And I guess I'll trim like another half of my SPX position. Yeah. This is a split. We have to divide everything by 4. Should we also divide Opex price improvements by 4? Actually, the Opex price improvement should increase, like percentage-wise. They're burning IV out of the chain. My November 1835 Cs are getting burned. Yeah, they're trying very hard to, right? What's a quote from Animal Farm? All OPEXs are equal. Some, however, are more equal than others. Cat's such a great play. This be a new norm, 20-50% gains on calls versus 3 to 5xing. Is that such a horrible thing? No, it's not. Has there ever been an OPEX for some of the basket stocks, but not for others? Yes, some have run outside of the like F-man cycle. Other stocks and other sectors, things like not exposed to retail ETFs, have run on other OPEX periods. Like there were things that ran in April OPEX and things that ran in. So it depends. What is your prediction for price action tomorrow? Continue climbing with a potential run? Do you think price action could fall completely? Also, happy 8 months. I think if they feel like they've found sufficient liquidity to carry through until the ETF FTDs, they'll short the fuck out of us. If they haven't, then we'll continue to grind to the upside. And if we break, we'll get some decent price improvement. Man, Sherwin-Williams is up there with Cat, to be honest. It's done. I haven't leveraged it as much as I have Caterpillar. But it's done well when I've played it. So hang on to GME calls tonight or dump and rebuy them. I dump weeklies for overnight and then I'll rebuy in the morning. I'm not going to carry them overnight out of the money. I'll just get burned on theta. I think they're starting to sell out of the November puts for Upstart. Are they going to let her rip? If we see a significant drop in put OI on Upstart, they may. Upstart is in a much riskier situation for their short positions than GME is right now. But Upstart also doesn't historically have a lot of OPEX runs, right? Like going back, most of last year it just went down. If anything, this is exactly what I hoped for. I got exposure 2x. Now I have more capital to play the real move in November. Nice. Sounds like a safer play is to buy Jamie puts. Well, the downside's not very big. And Ivy is elevated right now. If Ivy drops, you're buying puts at elevated Ivy, right? So, Ivy is working against your premiums. And then the notional range to the downside isn't that great. Like gamma neutral is at 23 right now. It's really unlikely they push us below that with the amount of liquidity they currently have. Could this move simply have been call buying and a move up with the market? Doesn't seem to be a true OPEX. I mean, it's not a true OPEX unless the hedge breaks, right? The hedge has to break. That's what makes it a true OPEX. That's what generates all the volume. Or a lot of the volume. I mean, there's covering too, but a lot of the volume is generated by the market maker repositioning. How can you lose money on a day like this? I haven't. Made quite a lot of money today. Thoughts about Google and Microsoft earnings? Google might be down a little bit, but I'm sure they'll be doing fine. Microsoft, I'm not really too sure on. I haven't been paying attention to their financials much lately. Upstart is going to have +2 action from today's price action. Thank you. It could, yeah. It's moved up quite a lot today, so. The calls doubled and then went down until when do we have to be cautious with these $35 calls? I mean, you need to be cautious the entire time until a run is confirmed. So real Opex play is to sell the IV bump, easy 30% with good timing. If you want to, yeah, that's one way to play it. I'm gonna, I mean, like, you don't have to play the long side of Opex. You can play, you know, you can buy very far dated puts at, you know, whatever you think the top is. You know, you can, after you've confirmed a decent amount of price improvement, you can sell covered calls at the top. You can sell naked calls at the top. You can sell CSPs into the period. I mean, there's a million ways to capitalize on it. We sell CC ASP if no Opex Thursday AM, but if Opex, then close out calls over GM and or sell CCs over GM. Yeah. But caution on CCs in early November 11/2 as FTDs are expected. Yep. Yep. Seems like you got it. Why would you not sell your calls when they doubled? They didn't double. They went up like 80%. I have no interest in playing Opex for 80, like that move, right? I'm playing Opex for it to run. If it doesn't run, I'm not playing it, right? I'm just gonna cut. I don't care if I lose money on it. I barely have any money in it anyway. It's like, like 20 grand. No, not you. You can afford to eat the losses. Yeah. I'm playing it to 10x or like 8x. If you don't have money to risk, don't risk it. Just take profits when you can. What do you think is a good entry for cat for those who are feeling FOMO? Oh, you fucking missed the boat. You're chasing it super hard. Now you're gambling on earnings, and that's really risky. 1 in 10 Opex is still a win. Well, here's the deal. So if I put 20 to 100 grand on Opex, right, and it doesn't hit, you know, I'm losing 30 to well, let's see, I'll be losing $6,000 to $30,000 for each Opex. And if it does hit, I 10x my money, maybe 20x. So it's worth it for the risk for me. I didn't leverage this one a lot because I don't love how many obligations are built up, and I don't like the negative delta, like the negative gamma hedge. So this one I entered a little more lightly. Ding ding. The day is done. Well, pressure is still there, so yeah, I mean we just spent the last 2 hours talking about this. I don't really have much else to say. Everything looks good. We'll see how earnings shape up tonight, and if the market continues its trudge upwards. Everything looks solid though. You know, everything's pressuring the upside. All of these positions have, you know, large amounts of, you know, negative gamma suppressing a price breakout. So if any of them break through and the market continues upwards, then obviously they will run pretty dramatically. Last minute nutshell thought on these GME calls. I don't care about them, right? I bought calls for a 3-day window. If nothing occurs in that 3-day window, I'll sell them. That's just like that's the positioning I have on it, right? I don't care if I make money on them. I don't care if I lose money on them. But you know, if price action happens, their potential to dramatically increase in value is there, right? I just get exposure and then see what happens. I mean, it's not really Wendy's, right? I don't lose that much money. Many times, you know, on Opex, I'm able to exit at like a small gain, like 6 or 10%. If it doesn't hit, you know, I made money in June. June was good. I mean, the price went up 20%, right? Like it's hard to lose too much when, you know, the calls rocket when you buy them just the week before. Spy crying. Who got hit? Someone have bad earnings. Microsoft down. Microsoft volatile. Let's see how that goes. Looks like there was a sell-off and now it's bouncing back. Who else had big earnings tonight? We could take a look. Google is the other one, right? What the fuck is, do I not have Google saved on here? I don't. Alright, we'll look at Google. Ooh, Google didn't have very good earnings. Well, maybe. I don't know how much is out yet. We'll see. There's just a lot of volatility. Microsoft beat estimates. Okay, well that's good. I'm taking it that Google did not. Visa is looking good. Meta is a pile of shit. So yeah, ad revenues are down. I don't know how much this is going to hurt everything, but it's a hit. Let's see, and we still have what, Apple and Amazon this week? Would you reposition your Jan Upstart calls if it runs during this Opex? Sure. Yeah. I'll take profits, probably. If Google did bad, shouldn't Meta tank? Yeah, I mean, they're kind of tied intrinsically. Thursday, Apple and Amazon. I'm so fucking mad I never got in my Meta shorts when I meant to last year. I know there was one dude who was trying to play the upside of Meta for a long time. He thought it was like, after its big dump, he was playing like the accumulation on it. And there was some indication that it was starting to accumulate, but no, it's just it's a bag of shit. Yeah, so that's it. That's all I got. Thanks for tuning in, guys. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Hopefully I wake up on time. Or maybe hopefully I don't. Boo. See you later, Gaff. Thanks, guys. Have a great night.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle theme fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.